and gentlemen, welcome to the show. It's Politi-tics on a Saturday night, episode number 50. We made it, 50 episodes. Can you believe it? We're here, we're live, we're doing it in real time, and we're having a good time doing it. Welcome to the show. Welcome to episode number 50. I'm your host, Jake Johnson, and tonight we're going to derive truth from chaos. That's what we do on Saturday nights. Come on in. Tighten your tie up and cinch your belt a little and sit down at the edge of your seat with your knees together and get ready for a good old style country ass whipping, cracking style. Or, whatever we end up talking about. I do have a nice hot cup of coffee to get me started though, so don't you want to join me? If you do, go to the kitchen, pour yourself a nice hot cup, and let's get rolling, shall we? If you don't have a cup though, look down in the description. I recommend the first one. It has my face on it. It's fantastic. But right beside it, or close to it, there are some stainless steel tumblers. Nice, well-constructed, locking lids. They hold your coffee hot for hours. They hold your drinks cold for hours. They look great on a coffee table. They're lightweight and easy to hold liberal tier. Go buy one. Also, like, subscribe, share, support, join, and super chats are available in the chat box. Or if you want to show a little love, you want to throw a little clang-a-lang in my direction, if you want to, BJ, you can do that by going to CashApp, $JakeJohnsonband. And one more thing, if you want to get to know everybody outside of the YouTuberverse, go have a place to hang out that's uniquely yours, and, you share pictures, videos, texts, and chats with one another, you can do that over at facebook.com/UntetheredLive family. The link is in the chat, and I'd like to see you there, so go check us out. Amy Elizabeth says, congratulations on 50 episodes of Politi-tics, Jake. Thank you, ma'am. We have worked hard. We've climbed that mountain, and we've made it to the top of 50 episodes. There's more. We're like not even middle way up the mountain. We're like in process. We're climbing still. But 50 episodes is nothing to scratch at. 100 is above it, and 1,000 is above that. And we're getting there. But right now it's 50. So thank you. I appreciate you very much. Come on in. How you doing? Amanda says, here's your gold star, Amy, for being first in chat. Lovely. You're getting quite the collection of those. I'm jealous. I don't even have that many gold stars. And my name has host in front of it. It's an unjust world we live in. Amanda says, hi, Amy, and thank you very much. Heart exclamation point and smiley face. Yes, thank you very much for your observation of the title. 50 episodes we're celebrating here tonight. Come on in. All newcomers, welcome. Watch your mouth. Amanda says, hi, Untethered Live family. Good to see you all. Happy Saturday. I hope everyone is doing good. And hi, Jake, how are you tonight? I'm fantastic. I had meatloaf and broccoli and cauliflower and some kind of steamed vegetables and some kind of steamed potatoes with it and some cheese, and it was delicious. Meatloaf. It's what's for dinner. The other white meat. Debbie says, darn it, I wanted to beat Amy, LOL. Aw, well, thank you. Thank you for being here. You ladies are fantastic. You're the apple of my eye and the light of my day. Thank you very much for being here. You're like the A-team for real. Amy says, hi, Amanda and Debbie, and hi, Jake. Hi, how are you? Amanda says, congratulations on the 50th episode of Politi-tics, Jake. Wow, I remember the day you started Politi-tics. Me too. I remember sitting there trying to figure out what the logo was going to be. We figured it out. It was delicious. And thank you for the artwork. And Amanda says, release the Kraken. You got to say something silly first, then I'll bring it out. Like last night, it slipped out a little towards the end there. I won't lie, I was a little bit prickly, but it was fun. It's fun to listen to, isn't it? Amy says, liked, shared, and invited some friends. And Sue Wood says, good evening, everyone. Hello, Sue. Welcome back. How are you doing this lovely Saturday afternoon? Hope you're ready for some politic lunacy. That's why we call it Politi-tics, because we get crazy up in here. Amanda says, hi, Sue. And Amy says, hi, Sue. Glad you made it. Yes, absolutely glad you made it. And Amy says, Jake, here's you a whole bunch of stars. One's with shining and one without. Thank you. I feel honored by your stardom. Aaron, what's up, my brother? Come on in, brother. Thank you very much for this afternoon. I appreciate you immensely. You have no idea how much you mean to me, all of you. I wish you did know. I wish there was a way that I could articulate it without sounding self-serving or slightly greasy, but I love each and every one of you, and I mean that. I mean that wholeheartedly. Aaron says, hey, family. Nice to see you. And Amanda says, LOL. It was butter fried potatoes, silly. It was steamed potatoes, no matter how you look at it. No matter if you put butter on it or not. That's what it was. They were good. And Amanda says, hello, Aaron. What is that? Why do you say heller instead of hello? Is that a thing? Is that a movie thing? Aaron says, I will be driving and listening. You do what you got to do, buddy, but watch the road. Don't get too excited. Let Amanda swing the band hammer tonight. Till you get stopped anyway. And Amy says, hi, Aaron. Kissy face. I know something that somebody told me something that was going on in the down low. Somebody's getting something special. And I'm excited. Amanda says, driving while listening. Be safe, Aaron. And Debbie says, I had ramen for dinner. Ramen can be good. You put a little chicken in it. Let me tell you a little trick. Take your ramen noodles and put them in the pan, right? Boil it. And put in a chicken bouillon cube with it. And let it melt. And then you pour it up and pour your little packet in there and mix it up. And then take you like, some carrots or little vegetables, little pieces of vegetables that you have leftovers or whatever and sprinkle in there. Shave a little carrot in there or something. It makes a delicious dinner. That chicken bouillon will fatten it up just right. And it'll be more like a chicken noodle soup. And it's nutritious. There's a lot of nutrients in the chicken bouillon. If you really want to get brazen, throw a beef bouillon in there. It's a little more harsh, but that's like for making beef stock. But it'll add thickness to your ramen chicken noodles. Make any sense? Or am I just rambling? Aaron says, what's up, Annie? Awesomeness. Aw. And Sue Woods says, thanks for reminding me. I've been busy making a new outfit for Independence Day, and I forgot to eat dinner. Well, you got to eat, Sue. You can't keep working both ends of the candle without eating. You got to rest, and you got to eat. I know I'm guilty of the same thing. I suffer quite a lot because I forget to sleep, and then I crash, and then I sleep in the middle of the daytime sometimes, like today. I'm actually wanting to sleep now. I woke up just for the podcast, and I had to go grocery shopping. But other than that, I've been in bed resting for the week. I work all week, and I don't rest, and I just go. I don't even take a lunch during the day when I work. I just work straight through. No break, no lunch. Just go. Go. And then I get home and do it again for the podcast until about midnight, and then I fall out. All that to say, you got to remember to eat. It's good for you. But thank you for being here, and I hope your new outfit works out very well. I hope it looks great. I'd like to see pictures, by the way. John H., what's up, my brother? He says, hey, everybody. Nice to see you, John. How you feeling today? Amanda says hi, and Amy says hi, Nugget. Dan Cooper's back. He says, cool shirt, Jake. Thank you. This was a gift for my birthday, and I enjoy this shirt. It's very thin, and it's cool. You can breathe in it, under all these lights. I love to wear thin shirts. But thank you. I believe this was acquired at the Hard Rock Cafe in Florida. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's where it came from. It does have the word rock on it, so that may be why. Amanda says, hi, Dan. And welcome back, by the way, Dan. Good to see you. Amy says, hi, Dan. And Aaron says, I will have to leave when I get there. I got to go take care of the lady, and she's hurting today real bad. Well, yes, you take care of her for sure, Aaron, and make sure she knows we're thinking about her. We love you. And by the way, she comes first every time. You know that. I'll never hold you to being here if you got to take care of her. And John H. has renewed his membership for 7 months, and he says, thanks, everyone. Or thanks, Jake and everyone. Heart and rock and roll. Thank you, John. God bless you, sir. That new J tag looks good on you. It's blue. That means you're moving on up in the world. And soon you'll have a J badge, like Amanda has. And that means that you have graduated. Sharon Tyler says, hi, Amy. Hi, Sharon. Welcome to the show. How are you? Come on in, take your shoes off. It's going to be a fantastic show tonight. I can already feel it. My mustache is tingling. Amanda says, Sue, you need to eat something. Right on. And Aaron says, I love you all. And Jake, you my brother. For real. Remind me to send you my phone number. I'll keep forgetting to do that, but I meant to do so. Amy says, Sharon, hi, sweetie. And Amanda says, you're good, Aaron. You take care of her, man. And tell her we said hi. Right on. Dodie, welcome back. He says, good evening, everybody. Hello, Dodie. Dodie Estes. I love that name. I don't know what it means, but I like it. Aaron says, will do. 10-4, good buddy. Come on back, got your ears on. I don't know why I went southern there, but that's how it felt. Amanda says, woohoo, congratulations, Nugget. Right on. Got your blue J tag today. Sue says, Amy, I'm going to go grab something. I had a big baguette sandwich for lunch. A baguette is French for bread. For those of you not in the know and smart like me, that's what baguette means. Bread. Amanda says, hi, Dodie. Aaron says, I'll type when I can. You do that, man, but you take care of her and take care of your driving. Don't kill yourself. I'll say something funny on your behalf, I promise. And Aaron says, I ain't left yet. Amanda says, yes, Jake, it's a movie quote from the Medea movies. Got it. Dan says, message retracted. I can't read it if you retract it, buddy. I have no idea what you're thinking about. Amy says, I know about the surprise. Aaron sent me a Bible, and I can't wait. He's so sweet. He is a ride or die dude. I'm telling you, any lady would be lucky to be near him. But that being said, he is an invaluable asset to Untethered Live. And just him doing that for you speaks volumes as to his belief in what we're doing here. And that means a lot to me. So thank you and thank you. And I hope you enjoy it. And he beat me to it. I've been trying to come up with a place where I could buy under a good price stenciled Bibles for Untethered Live for the people that come in on a regular basis. I was going to send them all one. He got there first, but I'm still working on it. They're kind of expensive. Amanda says, Dan, we didn't do it. It must have been YouTube. The message retracted? Did I miss something?
No, he deleted it. He had a comment deleted.
Oh, yeah, we didn't do it. Yeah, we don't delete comments unless they're nasty. Amy says, hi, Dodie, heart. And Sue says, Dodie, hi. Amy says, I didn't remove any comments, Dan. Nope, we don't do that unless they're unreadable. Yeah, Amy says, he can't read it if you retract it. And Dan says, message retracted again, just to be a smartass. Nice to see you. Amy says, don't delete it. And Amanda says, and to everyone who asked, I talked to April today, and she is okay. She's just dealing with a lot of stuff, and she said hi to everyone. So April is alive. Patty's here. She says, hello, everyone. That's Patty under that Wesley disguise. Sue says, they're building a new Hard Rock hotel in Vegas. Nice. It looked like a giant guitar like the one in Florida. Yeah, they used to have one there with a big guitar. I think they destroyed it for the movie Con Air. But there used to be a big guitar in Vegas. I'm pretty sure there was. And I think it was the Hard Rock Hotel. But it's good to know that they're still in business. Amanda says, hi, Patty. Amy says, that's cool, Sue. And hi, Patty. Patty says, Miss Amanda. EA says, good night, all. Hello, EA, and good night. Dan Cooper says, successful strikes in Iran. Let's get the party started. I've heard about that. There's a lot of melee going on over there. A lot of distress. I wish we wouldn't get involved. I'll be right up front with you. I'm America first, and I believe in America, and I'm patriotic, but I really am tired of fighting wars that seem to have no value or no necessity. They're not attacking us. Why are we attacking them? I wish we wouldn't get involved. But it looks like we're gonna. So, full steam ahead. Just make the price of meat come down a little bit. EA says, Abdallah. Hello, nephew. Amanda says, night, EA. Patty says, Miss Amy Elizabeth. Amanda says, hi, Sharon. I think I missed you. Sorry. Sharon. Amy says, give April a hug for me, Amanda. Some men are horrible and don't deserve a good woman like April. Victoria Guy says hi. Hello, Victoria Guy. Welcome to the show. Is that little squiggly line? Is that Victoria? Victoria. Hello, Victoria. Welcome to the show. I'm a Jake. It's me, a Jake. Welcome, Victoria. Victoria. Amy says, hi, Vic. Welcome. That's a nickname for Victoria. Do you know Victoria? And if so, welcome. Amanda says, okay, Amy, I will. Victoria. Victoria. Amanda says, hi, Victoria. It's a Victoria, not Victoria. Victoria. John H. says, prayers for you, good lady, and you, Aaron. Absolutely. Prayers for the lady. All the way around. We hope she gets to feeling better. Amy says, Kevin will be here shortly. Excellent. Excellent. It's nice to know he's out and about. Sue says, it's been really hot here. It's going to get 115 soon. Wow. My AC has been having trouble cooling my house. It's just too hot. Yeah, an AC can only cool like 10 degrees. That's it. It can't go any further than that. Even though it says like 50, drop it down as low as it'll go, it'll only cool 10 degrees. It won't go any further than that. For whatever reason, they just don't make them to be that useful. And I wish they would. I guess they use too much energy if they go too far. I'm not really sure. But like a window unit, forget it. My window unit is huffing and puffing, and it's only in the 90s. Debbie says, nasty, 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 LOL. Very hot. Amy says, that's really hot, Sue. It was close to 90 here today. Amy says, hi, EA. And Amanda says, it's super hot. I just took a cool shower before the podcast. Right on. I don't need to. I'm sweating enough that I feel like I got in the shower anyway. Linda Davis, hello, darling. She says, happy Saturday night, all. Heart and wavy hands. Hi, Linda. How are you? How are things? I didn't cause any trouble for you last night, did I? I got a little crackiny. Sue Wood says, they had a giant guitar sign in Vegas, and that's at the Neon Sign Museum now. Cool. The new one will be a guitar-shaped hotel. Oh, the whole hotel will be shaped like a guitar. That's cool. I can't imagine that. And Patty says, wholesale wars. Right on. Amanda says, hi, Linda, hun. Heart, heart. Amy says, as far as the Middle East is concerned, I quote Trump, I want people to stop dying. Me too. I wish we would not get involved with that. That seems like an unnecessary war for us to get involved with. But America is always chasing Israel for some reason. Doing whatever they want done. Jake sounds like Mari. It's me, Mario. I'm going to take my papa wrench and go down and mess with some turtles. Amy says, hi, Linda, hun. And Amanda says, oh, yeah, I like it when you roll your R's. I don't know, I'm going crazy. Dan says, turn on the news. We took out at least 3 to 4 sites. I don't need to turn on the news. I know we did that. And by the way, I watch plenty of news. Debbie says, careful, Jake. Amanda will need another cold shower. Easy, boy. Amanda says, LOL, right, Debbie? Amy says, ouch. I dropped a hot ember from my cigarette down my bra. Oh, I hate it when that happens. I went to sleep one time. I lit a cigarette and then fell asleep, and it dropped onto my chest and burned all the way to the filter and went out before I woke up. And had a big old long streak on my chest for like a week or 2. Don't do that. It was a brand new cigarette, and it burned all the way to the filter sitting on my chest. I don't know why I didn't wake up, but I didn't. Amanda says, oh, that sucks, Amy. And Dan says, we are out now, and Trump says, let us now have peace on Truth Social. It'd be nice if we did have peace. But I caution you, the Bible says they will cry peace, 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 but there will be no peace nowhere on the planet of Earth. There will always be wars and rumors of wars and lots of things going on, but there will never be a moment of peace, ever. So it might be for us, but somebody's going to be fighting at all times. Patty says, sometimes Jake sounds like Johnny Carson. If you're young, you will not know who this is, but most likely you won't know who this is. Well, sometimes you got to emulate the masters because that's the way it is. That's my best Johnny Carson. I'm not very good at impressions. Amy says, I remember Johnny Carson. Right on. I love Johnny Carson. Linda says, I haven't talked to him in a week. Well, he came in spitting fire last night and kind of got me on edge a little. I didn't mean to get snappy, but I had to. He said some things that just weren't what I like to hear, I hope I didn't cause him to get angry, but I got to do what I got to do. Debbie says, Amanda, you going to change your name to include a lot of rolled R's? Like that girl on Robert Meyer Burnett's channel. Her name is RRR. So her name is That's how he pronounces it. What a name. Amanda says, oh, damn, you're making me hotter. Oh, sorry, you're making it hotter. Well, I never. Amy says, fire. Boobies. Sweaty boobies. I think that's what that says. And Linda says, but I'm doing good. I just made my chickens a ladder to get into the coop easier. Nice. You go, girl. We were talking about getting some chickens today, me and Amanda, when we were standing over the egg prices, looking down in dismay. We decided to possibly get some chickens in the near future. I have a chicken coop, a big one. I might as well put some chickens in it, right? Dan says, you said you hope we don't get involved. How are we not involved when Trump took out 3 sites? I did not say, I hope we do not get involved. I said, I wish we didn't get involved. There's a little difference there. Listen to the context. I don't think we as a country should involve ourselves in things like that. Things of that nature. Ukraine and Israel and Gaza and all the things that are going on. We should not be involved. I know we are involved. I said that also. That Trump chases, or America chases Israel all the time. I don't know why we are so hell-bent on propping up these forever wars, but we do. Pay attention, Dan. Sue says, you better stop making those purring noises. Am I getting to you, Sue? Am I making it uncomfortable to sit there and look at your phone? Amy says, press that like button and share. Yes, please hit the like button, everybody. There's 20 people in chat and only 9 likes. That works for cats, but it doesn't work for me. I need more. I need more. I need more. Hit that like button and make me feel like I'm doing something worth my time and yours. I appreciate each and every one of you. The like button is free. I know it's inconvenient, but just one little poke will do it. It doesn't work always, but it works in this case. One little poke. Hit that like button. Share, subscribe, join, support, super chat, whatever you got to do to make your voices heard and help me keep the lights on. Dodie says, Iran has been hollering. Iran has been hollering death to Israel and death to America, burning our flags and threatening our USA. We can't let that happen. I agree. But then again, I'm also the kind of guy that feels like we should batten down the hatches and put our military right on the coast and say, as long as you stay out of here, we won't bother you. That's what I think. I also understand the need to protect oneself, but then again, we practice free speech in America. Why do we care what they say over there? Let them have their little third world and see how they like it when it just is useless and hard to live while we're over here thriving. That's what should be the model of the world. Look at us. We're doing fine. We don't have any of the problems you guys have. That's what we should be doing. Instead, we're trying to be the world police. We're trying to be the leaders of everybody. I don't think we should be. I think we should just focus on America. I know that's not a popular opinion, but that's the way I feel about it. That being said, if we do get involved, I hope we kick their asses 6 ways to Sunday. Amanda says, that's cool, Linda. Way to go. You got this. You keep pushing. Strength and feet. Feet? Is that a foot? Oh, that's a fist. I got it. Amy says, I agree, Dodie. I agree. Amy says, hold on, my chat jumped. Where'd it go? I miss my flock, Linda, says Amy. You miss your chickens? Sue says, it really says that on the Bible, ? Where does it say that people call out peace? Oh, several places. Amanda, will you pull up the verse of where it says they will cry peace, 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 but there will be no peace, and that there will always be wars and rumors of wars? I believe it's Revelations, but she's going to pull up the exact verse for you. Linda Davis says, I am, Amanda. I know my worth, and I don't share. Right, girl. You tell them who the boss is. And you're worth way more than the average bear. Believe that. And some people need to learn that lesson the hard way. When you have it all, it's easy to forget that you have it all until you have nothing and remember, oh, I had it all. That's when it's going to kick in. Amy says chickens can remember up to 100 faces. They have individual personalities and they're very entertaining. Yes, they are. Chickens are also really smart when it comes to worldly things like how to survive and how to look for food and where to protect themselves and that sort of thing. They're very smart animals. And they're loyal. If you ever get the favor of a chicken, they'll follow you everywhere. That one dude, welcome to the show. He says, I bet it's pretty peaceful on that island of penguins. Which island of penguins are you referring to? Are you talking about the one that was tariffed by Trump? Is that a dig at Trump? Because there's more to it than that. They actually used that island as a place for loading and unloading goods for a trade market, and the fact that it isn't tariffed is ridiculously stupid considering that our competitors use that island to move goods into our country for nothing. So yeah, it makes sense that he would tariff it. Yes, nobody lives there, but they do use that island. If that's what you're talking about. Otherwise, go on the penguins. Amy says, hit that one dude. Hi, that one dude. Hit that one dude. Hi, one dude. John H. says, the Crown Prince of Iran is on his way back to Iran soon after being in exile after 40 years. That might be a good thing. Amanda says, Sue, the King James Bible is Jeremiah 6:14 and also in Jeremiah 8:11, the peace info. I think it's in other places too. I think it's in Revelations. But either way, it does say that. Amanda says, that's right, Linda. And Linda says, I have 2 more blonde chicks coming. Nice. Patty says, John H., what will that mean when he returns to Iran, the prince? What will it mean? Does it mean that he's taken back over control? Is that something we did? What's the context of why he's returning to Iran? Debbie says, I doubt there will ever be peace in the Middle East. There won't be. Seems to me it is a holy war. It is. And according to the Bible study, when I was a kid, they said the end times would begin with peace in the Middle East. I don't recall ever reading that. According to what I've understood about the Bible, there will never be peace on earth until Christ returns. When he returns, that's the beginning of 1,000 years of peace. That is the first peace this earth has ever experienced since the Garden of Eden, in my understanding. I might be wrong, but I think that's the way it goes. But you're right. They have been fighting about the same event, which you can read in the book of Nehemiah. If you read the book of Nehemiah, you'll see the beginning of the conflict that's going on in the Middle East right now. That's where it started, and it started over the ownership of Jerusalem. They thought, the other people thought they should have free reign in Jerusalem, and the Israelites, who were recently enslaved for about 70 years, returned to reclaim the property that they owned, that God gave them. And when they came back, the people that were living there didn't like it very much, and they started a fight. Well, you might have been living there, freeloading, but it wasn't your place. And when the owners came back and reclaimed what was theirs, it started a fight that has never ended, and they're still fighting about it today. It is a storied and long disagreement that the average Westerner cannot even begin to understand or grasp the concept or the weight of the battle that's taking place. And it's not going to be resolved anytime soon. Lots and lots and lots of people are going to die over that conflict. It's just the nature of the world we live in. Amy says chickens are like tattoos. Once you get one, you want another one and another one and another one. Linda says, yeah, Amy, I think I have to get as many chicks as I do tattoos. Now, right on. How many tattoos do you have? I only have 3 tattoos, and one of them is right there, but you can't see it. And yes, that is what you think it is. Right there. See it? That is a party dot. Here's the problem, though. When I got that party dot, I did not understand what party they were talking about. I thought it meant party, like, yay, party. That is not the kind of party they're talking about. That is a Nazi party dot, and I did not know that when I got it. So just so you understand, I'm not a Nazi. That doesn't mean anything. It's just a dot that a teenager got. Thought he was being cool. Debbie says, one mo Jake. I'm almost there. No offense, Amanda. But he did open his shirt. LOL. You're almost there. Want to see my scar? Brrr. This is ridiculous. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Amanda says, just a tip. Tap it. You see how I get down, right? Kevin Bernard says, just dropping it to hit that like button. Just dropping in to hit that like button. Well, stick around, Kevin. It's going to get crazy tonight, I'm sure. How you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. Amanda says hi. Cowboys 8 panels here. She says hi, everybody. Hey, Cowboys. Good to see you. How you doing out there in the world? Amy says hi, Kevin. And Amanda says, no offense, Debbie. Look at him all you want. He's sexy. Amy says, hi, Cowboy. And Linda says, hi, Kevin and Cowboys. And Amanda says, hi, Cowboys. See, you're well liked here, Cowboy. John says, no, they haven't. The Iranians are asking for freedom facts. Interesting. They haven't. They have. Who is they? They haven't what? One gave up? I don't know what the context is. Amy says, Linda, I love those fresh eggs. Yolks were orange. They're so fresh. A good chicken egg is hard to beat. People that are used to buying eggs, they don't really understand the difference between a real egg and a processed egg. Yes, they're eggs, but they're processed. They got chickens in little boxes, and that's all they do is lay eggs, and they have no quality to them. They're just spitting eggs out. The problem is when you get a real chicken, feed it real laying mash, and it lays real eggs, those things are strong. They got strong color. They got strong flavor. They puff up real nice when you cook them, and they taste fantastic. Way better than a store-bought egg ever dreamed of being. And that's just the way it is. And those people, no offense to people that buy eggs, but you don't know what you're missing. You need to get a chicken. You need to get a chicken and let it be a chicken, not a box-dwelling animal that just spits out eggs and has a tube down its throat to feed it constantly so that it gets fat. It's not good. Farmed animals are not good. The ones that are in the factory farming. That's not a good practice. It's terrible. And there are ways to provide food that don't require that kind of action. That's just one way to do it. You can also do it free range and let them just be chickens, and they'll produce plenty of eggs. You're not getting that much more by torturing the damn things. John says most Iranians speak English. That's good. Dodie says, I have to go. I'll watch the rest in the morning. Dodie, thank you for dropping by. We love you, and come back and see us. Bible study tomorrow night at 8. Come on by if you can. Amy says, good night, Dodie, and thank you for stopping by. Love you, and take care of yourself. Right on. Debbie says, we had it all in Key Largo. Want to go, baby, why don't we go to Jamaica, Aruba, come. Sorry. Key Largo. Amanda says, good night, Dodie. Colin Hill. What's up, Colin? Colin says, hey, Jake. How you doing, buddy? Linda says, I made lasagna and fresh bread today because my granddaughter wanted to celebrate Garfield's birthday. Hey, how old is Garfield now? Like 85? He's been around a while, hasn't he? Lasagna sounds lovely. I love a good lasagna. Do you do the 7 layers with all kinds of different cheeses? Amanda says, hi, Colin. And Colin says, when will Jesus be back? Well, I don't know, Colin. That's a good question. Sometime in the next 50 years. Why would I say that? Well, the Bible tells you when Christ will come. The season, not the time. No man will know the hour, says Christ, not even him. Only the Father knows. But what that means is God has a plan, and he's going to stick to it, and he isn't sharing the details. But Christ says that the generation of the fig tree will not pass before all things in the Bible are made known and come to pass. What does that mean? What's the generation of the fig tree? Well, if you read the book of Daniel, you'll hear him talking about 70 weeks of a certain period of time. And he's talking about years, not actual days. So 70 weeks is 70 weeks of years. That's 7 days equals 7 years, right? 70 weeks. All right, now you take that. That ended in 1948 when Israel became a nation state again. That's the end of the generation of the that's the beginning of the generation of the fig tree and the end of the 70 weeks of Daniel in 1948. That did happen. That's a historical event. You can look it up. Israel became a nation state. The two sticks came back together and became Israel once again. And when that happened, that began the generation of the fig tree, which is a metaphor. Remember the fig tree that Jesus cursed because it didn't have any fruit on it? He cursed it so that it never would have fruit on it. That's the fig tree that we're talking about. That began in 48. Now, what is a generation? Well, in the Bible, there's 3 different generations mentioned, respectively, 30 years, 70 years, or 120 years, depending on what you're talking about and who you're talking about. Now, 30 years and 70 years have already passed. As a matter of fact, I think we're on about 80 years right now from 1948, 83 years, something like that. Somebody do the math on that. But 120 years is still left, and I think we came up with a number somewhere around 2036, something like that. And that's where we're going to be at in that period of time before all these things come to pass. That means all of the building of the temple and all of the tribulation stuff and everything mentioned in Revelations, the big horn, the 10 horns and the little horn, the mark of the beast, the Antichrist. All of that stuff is going to take place in that time frame. So it's somewhere between now and 2050. But I don't know exactly when. But that's the season. I don't know the hour. Maybe that'll help you. Get busy getting close to God. That's what that means. That means you don't have any time to waste. Now is the time to start thinking about your salvation. Amanda says, LOL, Linda, yummy. Nice. A good lasagna and fresh bread. Ooh. You know the fastest way to a man's heart, don't you? Right through his rib cage. It's true. Amy says, hi, Colin. Kevin says, hello, Jake and everyone in chat. Hello, Kevin. Nice to see you, my friend. Amanda says, we don't know for sure, Colin. Not soon enough, says Amy. Not soon enough, Colin. Amy says, I like lasagna and Garfield's birthday. Nice. Well, any excuse is a good excuse for lasagna. You could celebrate grass growing for all I care. Make some lasagna. Love it. Kevin says, hello, Amanda, and hello, Linda, and hello, Amy, and hello, Patty. Amy says, hello again, Kevin. Kevin says, hello, cowboy. And hello, Debbie. Sue says, I never doubted that it was in the Bible. I just wanted to know where do I go to read it myself. She gave you the verse. I think it was Jeremiah something or other. And Kevin says, hello, Sue. And Amy says, that's good, Susie. And by the way, Sue, I highly recommend that to everybody. When I say things, go read it for yourself. You can't trust me. I'm a man. That means I make mistakes. But I draw lines to things that most people don't. I make connections that most people don't. And it's worthy of listening to me for that reason. However, always check for yourself. Always look to verify what the Bible actually says, because it is the authority, not me. So always check the Bible. That's a good practice, and thank you for pointing that out. John H. says, yep, he wasn't his people. Hold on. Yes, he wasn't his people freedom and make his country prosper and stop this power game and war. Translation, the Prince of Iran, who has been in exile for 40 years now, has come back to regain power and stop the war from happening. Trump set that up. I'm guessing that's what you said there. Kevin says, sorry if I missed anyone, and hello, everyone. Thank you, Kevin. And John says, wants. Yeah, he wants. He wants his people's freedom. Got it. Well, he should have it. The only thing we're opposing, as far as I understand it, is we don't want them to have nuclear weapons. They can have all the freedom they want. You just can't have nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons. I can't say it. I have plastic teeth. You know what I mean. Patty says, hi, Kevin. It's really Patty, Wesley's mom. I'm using his phone. I'm incognito. I'm catfishing. Debbie says, that is why Bible study is so important to me. My Catholic roots have done me no good, and now I learn the truth. Thank you, Debbie. It's very important to me, too. I take it very seriously. Kevin says, hello, John. And by the way, thank you for taking it so seriously. I wish everyone had your fervor for the Bible. I wish everyone wanted the truth as much as you do. That's a beautiful thing to see. Amanda says, Sue, did you see where I posted the verses earlier? I think she did. And John says, hello, Kevin. Amy says, I was watching Eagle Nick live today on YouTube. He's an auditor. And Fab Daddy 44 was in the chat. And I said hi. Nice. Sue says, I took a screenshot, Amanda. Amy, you know me. I form my own opinions. Hey, I'm not trying to convince you of anything, so you're good. Form all the opinions you want. This is not a cult. Despite popular belief, some people think it is. It's not. I'm not trying to bang anybody's wife. And I don't even own a compound. So, not even a compound bow. I've never even had a compound fracture. There's no point in calling it a cult. But, make your own opinions, for sure. But I'll tell you some things you didn't know if you pay attention. And Amanda says, okay, Sue. And Debbie says, oh, Sue's cute. Debbie says, I have heard that after 3 tattoos, you can't stop. So I only have 2. Well, I have 3 and I stopped. Maybe I was an exception to the rule or a test case subject. Who knows? But I have 3 and I stopped. And I wish I didn't get the ones I got. But now I got them, so there they are. Linda says, I have 7 tattoos. Nice. I think a tattoo tastefully applied on a woman is nice. I do not like to see women that are covered up with tattoos all over the place. That is not attractive. And also all those piercings in your face. I don't know what you ladies are thinking, but stop that. No man wants a thing that he has to hook up to his truck. Or that he thinks he should hook up to his truck. If he looks at you and decides, if the first thing he thinks about is the ball in his truck, you have too many attachments to your face. We want to see what God gave you. God does not make mistakes. And he created women with beauty in mind. He called them in the beginning a help meet. If you look up the definition of the word help meet, It is anything from assistant to partner and everything in between, but it is designed to cater to man, which means your looks are naturally programmed into men to find that attractive. That's part of the brain. And when you cover that up with fake eyelashes and piercings and other weird things that people do, lizard face, when they put all the chemicals in their face, that does not make you more attractive. Not even to the worst looking man or the best looking man. They will look at you and go, ooh, stop doing that. Let your natural beauty shine through. You are beautiful. Let it be seen. Amy says, yep, I know you, Susie, and you're a sweetheart. Aw. And Amanda says, ninnies, I want to see some ninnies. I can't show you ninnies. That's X-rated. That's all you get. Sue says, Jake, stop it. Purrs and chest. It's too much. Here, I'll make it easier. I'll put it away. I was born in the 70s, so having an open collar is like second nature to me. Apparently, it's a thing in the new world. I should be wearing a hoodie or something, but I like to open my chest up and let my chesticles breathe. Kevin says, Jake, button your shirt. You're scaring me. Never. I feel uncomfortable with that button buttoned. Amy says, your chat's going to jump, Jake, and leave you hanging. I'll find it, though. I have a special set of skills. I got it. Amy says, Sue, your parrot will be looking around for the kitty cat. Meow. Amanda says, LOL, Kevin. Well, he's driving the rest of us nuts, literally. I'm sorry. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Kevin says, LOL. Amy says, Amanda, it's not a very long ride for me. I'm almost there. That's two girls that are almost there. I'm killing it tonight, boys. Amanda says, LOL, Amy. And Kevin says, I just read that the U.S. just hit 3 nuclear targets in Iran, all places on their way home safely. Well, that's what I heard too, Kevin. And again, I will stress, I really wish we wouldn't get involved. This is one of those things that's going to lead to something worse. And I wish that they had the foresight to see that. John H. says, the Iranian people don't want to go to war with the West. Nobody does. We got a killer army. Problem is they keep having these conflicts on for the basis of oil and property and power and regime change. And let me explain something to you very simply. There is a reason to fight in this world. There are a such thing as just causes, right? God would tell Israel, go there and do this. Take this many people out. Kill every living thing, man, woman, child, and animal. Burn the gold, burn the buildings. Do whatever you got to do. Because it was just. Because what they were fighting were not human to start with. They were hybrids. They were a cross between humans and celestial beings. And they don't belong here. They shouldn't be on this planet at all. And plus, they were in the location of where God wanted his people to be. Israel, or the West Bank as we call it today, Canaan proper. Now, every single time God told the people to go out and fight, they won. They won hands down. They became the most powerful nation on planet Earth, and every other country came to them for advice, came to them for money, came to them for strength and protection. They were the most powerful country on planet Earth for many, many years. And then they started fighting wars that God did not tell them to go fight. And then they started losing. And they lost all that power. And now they're barely a footnote in society. They are beholden to us to protect them because they can't do it themselves. Think about that. They went from the most powerful country in the world to needing another country to help them survive, to hide behind. That's what happens when you don't fight just wars, when you get involved with things you're not supposed to be involved in. That's what we are actively practicing in ourselves since Vietnam. I think World War II was a just war. I think it needed to be done. I think World War I may have also been a just war, or the Korean War, that sort of thing. After that, there's no reason to fight anymore. What we did in Japan, that was a retaliation for Pearl Harbor, I understand. However, that should have been the end of it. There shouldn't be any more reason to fight anybody. And yet we've been in war after war after war after war after war after war. We're not gaining any ground. It's not like we're taking over the countries we defeat and making them part of America. No, they're regime changing and causing this global phenomenon to happen, this global society. It's globalism. They're thinking about a one world system. That's what they're trying to build. And that is not in God's plan. That means it is not going to fare well for us. We are not going to win if we get involved in this. It's going to drag out and cost way more than it ever should in lives and in money. And in the end, it's going to be just like the Afghanistan war. Nobody's even going to know why we did it in the first place. You can't tell if we won. What does mission accomplished look like? It doesn't look like every day. What's the end? What's the end result? What are we going for? That's war is ugly. It's ugly and it's unjust, unless it's just. And I didn't hear God tell us to go fight, or I'd be there fighting. So that means it's going to go bad. John says the Iranian people don't want to go to war with the West. And Sue says, should I try my parrot eggs? You could. They will eat, but they're tiny. And you're going to have a lot of them to eat them. I've eaten a robin egg before. It's good. It's a little bit different than a chicken egg. It tastes a little fluffier, meaning it doesn't have the strength, the taste of a chicken egg. But it is edible, and you can eat them. But they're tiny. Why would you want to eat that? You'd have to have 12 of them to make an egg sandwich, you know. I don't even know if they lay that many eggs. But you could try it. It'd be an experience anyway. And then you could tell people, I've eaten parrot eggs. To which they would reply, oh, very nice. Amanda says, LOL, Sue. Amy says, I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, you do what you got to do, honey. John H. says, I made flan today with salad. Flan. What is flan? Is it anything like squab? Or quail? I don't know what flan is. Or what's that other thing that they have? I don't know what. I don't know about fancy foods. There's another thing that they eat a lot of. Comes in a dish that's made out of cheese. I can't think of what it's called. Kevin Muckin says, hello, y'all. What's up, Kevin? Kevin says, I can't abide the actions of Netanyahu. I don't see how anyone can. Well, I don't even know what the actions of Netanyahu are. What are you not abiding? Sue says, that happened so Jews had a homeland after World War II. Oh, yeah. It was destiny that it would happen. It was written about in the Bible. The Bible said that that would occur, and it did. It took 2,000 years, but it did occur. Kevin says, hello, Kevin. Kevin, meet Kevin. Kevin, meet Kevin. Amy says, hi, Kevin. And Kevin says, the fig tree that didn't bear fruit. Yes, that's the one, Kevin. You got it. That's what the generation of the fig tree is allegorious of. It's the same idea. And you see how it worked out for the fig tree. It's going to work out the same way for the generation of the fig tree. Write it down that I said so. Kevin says hi. Sue Wood says, I could actually still be alive in 2050. Yep, you sure could. And I'm not saying it's going to happen in 2050. Make no mistake, I'm not making a prediction. I'm just doing the math according to what the Bible says, and that's what it lands on, somewhere in that area. I think it's 2036. I can't remember exactly, but we did the math before. What you do is you take 1948 and go 120 years, and there's the time frame. So wherever it lands in 120 years from 48. Bill Bennett says, hello, Untethered Live fam. Looks like we just made sure Iran wasn't getting a nuke anytime soon. Prayers for the world. Amen, brother. Well, I hope they don't. I hope we would get rid of ours, and so would everyone else. But I'm not even entirely sure that any one of them work. I mean, we're talking about 70s technology, 60s and 50s technology that has not been updated. So I don't know. The whole thing seems like a racket to me. I wish we would just stop playing that game. There's no reason for the world to be that terrified of itself. Doesn't seem like a useful way to get prosperous to me. Amanda says, hi, Bill. And Aaron says, I hit that like Jake. I'll get up with you. Love you guys. See you on the next one, God willing. Take care of the lady, Aaron, and tell her we said hello, Christina. And you enjoy your evening, and we'll see you next time, buddy, and thank you for being here. I'm glad you made it safely. Amanda says, good night, Aaron. Take care, Christina, and feel better soon, hon. Prayers for you always. Aaron says, thanks. Remind Jake for the number. I will. I'll send it to you. And then we'll sit down and have a proper conversation. When I'm not sleeping. Amanda says, his phone number, Aaron. Got it. Patty says, I've always been accused of being in a cult just because I studied Dr. Arnold Murray. Yeah, a lot of people like to say that. When you start talking truth, the naysayers start calling you a cult. Here's the thing, though. They can't even argue with you without using words that describe God's laws. I heard that on a TV show today, and it was very correct. Think about that for a minute. They can't even talk to you about their views without using laws that were made by God, without using ideas that came from Christianity. Can't be done. It's not possible. They're interloping with the fact that they can even have the argument proves that they're wrong about the argument. Think about it. And Arnold Murray, by the way, is a very smart guy. I don't agree with everything he says, but he's right more than he's not. And it's a great place to start if you're a beginner and you're trying to get into the Word. Shepherd's Chapel is a fantastic place to start, and you will learn volumes of things listening to that guy. But check him, because he is an old school guy, and he thinks that Horton Prescott way of thinking, and it's not exactly 100% correct. There's some weirdness in it, but for the most part, it's right. I wouldn't be ashamed of recommending that guy to anybody. And no, you're not in a cult. Sue says, I saw a woman the other day who was all black except her hands. I couldn't see her feet, but her arms, legs, face, neck, and what I could see was all black. That's for what reason? Was it a pigment problem? Was she African American? Was she white? What was the going? Was she burned in a fire? What was the deal? Dan Cooper says, stop letting people who do so little for you control so much of your mind, feelings, and emotions. What are you talking about? I don't let anyone control my mind. I'm in control of my mind and possibly yours. Good night, says Dan. Good night. I don't know what you're referring to there, buddy. But I'm not under anyone's control. I would wish that you would, add a little context to that statement And that would not make you sound like a jackass, because I understand you're talking about something, but nobody knows what it is. And nobody agrees with you, by the way. So how about establish the meaning behind what you just said, or don't say things like that, because you don't know me from Adam's house cat. You have no idea who I am or what I believe or what I think. And to say something like that just makes you sound like a judgy asshole. Are you a judgy asshole, Dan? And if so, why? What are you referring to? What exactly do you think is being controlled in my way of thinking? And what have I said at any time among the thousands of videos that I have available for free for you to dig apart and fact check at your leisure? At what point have I said anything that wasn't sound and logical and with compassion? Amanda says, good night, Dan. I think Dan is just trying to go the other direction. Dan, if you're going to be around here, you're going to have to change the way you think, son. That's the nature of what we do here. We're looking at the world a different way than we have been in the past. We're taking notes from the Bible. That is the only place that my mind gets altered. Debbie says, my son tattooed me a big butterfly when cancer entered my life because Jesus brings new life and white dove when my treatment was over. Awesome. A big butterfly and a big white dove. That's lovely. And I'm glad you kicked cancer's ass. Debbie says, all my tattoos can be covered up just in case I have to go to the PTA meeting. Right on. Mine too. What I don't understand is people that get tattoos on their face. Why would you do that to yourself? You're effectively saying, hey, I don't ever want to get hired or be liked or trusted. Vera Lynn says, hello. Hello, Rachel. How are you, sweetheart? How are you feeling today? I hope you're feeling good. Amanda says, hi, Rachel. Amy says, yummy, a fresh cup of coffee. Yes, it is lovely. Sue says, I agree. It can get worse. And why are we the world's police? I don't know why we made that decision. Why can we, regular people, see what can come of this and not those in our leadership? I don't know. That's a good question. It seems to me, by watching our leadership over the years, that they do things that look like they are in an intent to do, but don't look like they have anything to do with us, the people that live in this country. It feels to me like they just are making decisions that are antithetical to what we think they're supposed to be doing, which is running this country. It's like they're playing a game that we're not playing. They're playing by rules that we're not aware of. I'm not exactly sure why, but it seems to be that way. Rachel says, how are y'all? Fantastic, Rachel. It's a lovely, warm day today. And God is good. I started this week with $0 in my pocket, and twice this week, all of my needs have been met. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Father, for the blessing upon my family. You know who you are. Amanda says, we are good. Trying to stay cool. It's too hot. How are you, Rachel? And Rachel says, yep, we'll be 102 degrees on Tuesday. I am the state above you, and we got the same weather. Right on. Yeah, it's been kind of hot here today, too. Sue says, innocent people always lose houses, lives, business, etc. People always lose in war. Yeah. This idea of winning a war is really a stupid idea, because war is brutal and nobody wins. Even if you come out on top, you didn't win. Casualties, if one person died, you lost. That's not a win in my book. A win is sitting down at a table and working out a situation with a complex argument and coming to terms and walking away from the table with both parties slightly disappointed but alive. That's called diplomacy, and we don't do enough of it. Instead, we want to wield our strength and go bomb somebody. I don't think that's necessary. Mostly because I don't think anything they're doing over there is any of my business. Why do I care what they're doing? I understand the need for them not to have a nuclear weapon. Other than that, I don't care what they get up to in their country. I don't care what their rules are, their laws, or how they treat women, or whatever the hell's going on over there. They've been doing it a long time. I ain't got nothing to do with that. And I don't want to go over there and fight them to change how they're doing that. That's the wrong thing to do. So regime change is out of the question in my book. If I were the president, that would not even be on the table. You let them handle them. We need to worry about what's going on in our borders with our people. There's a lot of trouble right here at home. We don't need to go over there to solve it. I agree with you 100% on that one. Nobody wins a war. Amanda says, right, Rachel. Amy says, my dad fought in Vietnam. Nobody really wins in a war. No, they do not. Everyone suffers. Sorry, I had something on my lip. Sue says, my parrot has laid 1 to 4 eggs at a time. She lays twice a year. Do any of them hatch, or are they just seedless eggs? I guess the answer is they're seedless eggs if you're not mating her. Debbie says, flan is like a custard with a caramel bottom. That sounds good, actually. I like custard and I like caramel. I don't know that I've ever eaten flan, though. What's the other thing I'm thinking about? It's like a dish made of cheese or something cheese-like, and it's popular at parties, and it's something that normal people don't eat. You know what I'm talking about, I think. I cannot think of what that's called. Patty says, Vietnam was a conflict. It was that. It was a war, too. John says, message retracted. Amy says, Vietnam was a war to those who fought in it. Right on. I mean, it's called the Vietnam War, so. Amy says, my dad was wounded in the Vietnam War. Freedom isn't free. No, it is not. Tyler says, hi, I made it. Hey, Tyler. Welcome to the show. John says, a flan is pastry base with raw eggs and onions and bacon inside it, and then put in the oven and bake it. Got it. So it's like an egg custard pie, but with bacon and stuff in it. Amanda says, hi, Taylor. And Sue says, she was a white woman covered in ink. Oh, she was tattooed from head to toe in dark. I got you. I totally did not make that connection when I read that. Thank you for clearing that up. Dan says, hold on, my chat jumped. Where'd it go? Here we are. Dan says, that quote wasn't for you. It was just a quote. Stop being paranoid. You're the jackass. Unsubscribed dick. Okay, you go do your thing, Dan. Bye-bye. Why would you write something that's just a quote pointed at somebody and then get upset when they ask you what it meant? You understand how conversations work, don't you? And I'm not paranoid. Sometimes they are out to get you. But don't worry. Your little efforts will not sway me in the slightest bit. Your unsubscription will not either. That's hurting you, not me. Patty says, judgy much? Amanda says, well, dang, you got to add context. He don't know. Right, I can't read your mind. I think people that write things tend to think I can, but I cannot. All I see is letters in front of me from strangers that I don't know. So I can't decide what you mean by a comment. If you're going to talk to anyone, you need to talk to that person and then add the context of what you're trying to say so that they grasp it. It's very simple. Conversation is an easy thing to master. Patty says, I like it. Dan says, it's just a quote, have a nice life. I do have a nice life, Dan. Thank you. God blesses me immensely. I am never in need of anything because the Lord takes good care of people who do his work. Believe that. And I'm sorry you're going to miss out on the wonderful things we're going to do because you can't contain yourself enough to take a little ribbon. You must think you are the man, but you're not. That would be me. All right, moving on. Linda Davis says, I didn't take it as if he was talking to you, Jake. I didn't either. That's why I asked what he meant by that. If you go back and listen, what I said was, what does that mean? Who are you talking to? If you're talking to me, this is how I feel about it. If not, you should add context. Amy says, this isn't the airport. No need to announce your departure. Right on? I think that's supposed to hurt my feelings a little, but it doesn't. Patty says, PTA judgy. Right on. And that's funny, Amy. Amy says, thanks, Patty. And Linda says, my daughter went to Washington, D.C. with the Girl Scouts today, and she just got home. I can rest easy now. Oh, Lord. Your daughter was in D.C. all day by herself? I understand why you were up worried about that. Thank God she made it home safely. There's a lot of craziness in D.C. right now. Amy says, good to hear, Linda. And Amanda says, oh, Lord, Linda. I'd have been losing my mind, too. I'm glad she's home safe. Right on. Sue says, there's a lot of homeless that live in flood tunnels under Vegas. Yep, there's a whole city under there. And a whole subculture. And a lot of people that are under there are not connected to the outside world, so they live entire lives down there without going out. And the people that are outside don't know a lot about what's going on inside. I've seen some documentaries about that place. It's pretty interesting, Sue. There's a couple movies that talk about it briefly. I'm trying to think of what they are. I can't think of the names of them right now, but it'll come to me. Why don't we help our own, Sue? That's a good question. Why don't we help our own? We could solve homelessness for the amount of money we sent to Ukraine. If we took that money, we could solve that problem entirely in our country, in the entire country. We could end it, except for one problem. Being broke don't cause homelessness. Those people are drug addicts, and they're out there on their own choice. They made the choices that led them to that position. This idea of a single mother with 2 kids living in her car and working 2 jobs to make ends meet and just found herself being homeless, that actually doesn't exist. Because those people, when that occurs, they work their way out of it and then become not homeless. They don't stay there. The people that are out walking in the streets, talking to trees and stuff, they're there because they want to be. And you can't fix that. Every single time we've ever built tiny homes for those people and put them up, they immediately destroyed them and left them destroyed and unusable. So that's not the way to fix that problem. What we need to do is reopen insane asylums and start institutionalizing people that do not want to function in society properly and re-educating them. That's what we need to do. And that's a tough one because that's almost fascistic. It's almost a little too far in that direction. But at some point, you got to do something because people will just give up. They'll just lay out in the streets and do drugs all the time and don't care. Look at California. Look at San Francisco. Look at all those places that are just ruined because of the homeless population. They don't care. They won't get better unless they have to. Sometimes you got to make them hit rock bottom in order to fix that problem. And that's a tough talk, but it's really the way it is. But why don't we spend more time thinking about the solutions to problems like that and actually doing things about it is a good question. Why don't we? And I don't know the answer to that, except for the answer that people like power and money. And when they get things like that don't have a solution that's obvious, they just make money off of it. And they keep making money off of it. So no matter how much money you put into it, the corporation is going to get bigger. They're going to make more money, and nothing is ever going to get solved because it's not in their interest to solve it. They're making a killing trying to solve it. They don't want to solve it because then that'll cut the money off. That's the way I see it. Cowboy says, why indeed? That is a good question. Why? When we elect people, we elect them under the promise that they're going to do the thing we elected them to do because they're out there promising it, and we pick those people based on those promises. However, something happens when they get in office and they cross that barrier from us to them, and then they're a different being. They don't ever do what they promised. None of them. Kind of makes you wonder what happens when they actually get in that office. They go in there with the best of intentions. They sit down at that resolute desk and say, oh, I've made it. And about that time, a dude walks in with a little black folder in his hand, and he's wearing a black suit with sunglasses on. He puts the folder down and slides it across the table to you and stands there in silence as you look down at a picture of John F. Kennedy on the cover. And then you open the folder, and then you read the contents, what's inside, and the man leans over and places his finger on the edge of the folder, and he says, now, this is the way it's going to be. Or you're going to have a folder yourself. And I think that's what happens. Something to that effect. I can't think of another reason why you would promise so many things and then never talk about it again after you get elected. Amy says, I wish we knew, Sue. Be careful, though. Some homeless people don't want help. Most of them don't. The real homeless people work their way out of that problem themselves. And sometimes they ask for help and get it, and then they no longer are homeless. The people that are in the community of homeless people, the ones that live in tent cities and such like that, they want to be there. But make no mistake about it, this is not a problem you can fix. Sue says there is no make. Her eggs are there is no male. Her eggs are infertile, and I wouldn't want to breed with her. Her kind is hard to keep, and there are too many that need homes, and her kind self-mutilate. That's wild. My chat jumped. I got to get back to it. We're talking about parrot, by the way. Where'd it go? Oh, yeah. Her kind self-mutilate when they're treated badly. That's weird. You mean like they pluck their feathers off or bite themselves or something like that? Break their beaks? That's interesting. I wouldn't want anybody to treat a bird badly, but I guess some people would do that. And Debbie says, frittata, cheese and eggs in a pie shape. Frittata. That's not the word I'm thinking of, though. It's like flan. It's another thing that people make and bring to a party. That kind of thing. I can't think of what it's called. I think you dip it out or dip something in it, maybe. I've never had it. I've just heard about it in TV shows. People always bring it. Nobody knows what it is, but it's cheesy. Not custard, says John. Right on. Amy says, right, Sue. They pluck feathers and hurt themselves. Right on. Noah Town says, can you keep it family friendly? It is family friendly, Noah Town, and I have no trouble doing that. However, if you'll read the structure of this video, it is labeled not for kids. So family friendly is out of the question. However, we don't go overboard here, buddy. We try to keep it adult. If you're a child, you shouldn't be here. We're talking about things you wouldn't understand. Fondue, that's the word I was trying to remember. Thank you, Cowboys 8-pound. Always coming in clutch, Cowboys. Fondue is the one I was trying to think of. I could not think of that word to save my life. Thank you. And Noah, welcome to the show. And plug your ears if you can't handle adult talk. Maybe you should go ask your mother if you have the permission to watch the show. Amy says, LOL, unsubscribe dick. How many men subscribe to their dicks? Apparently one. Dan Cooper. Debbie says, sorry, John. I have only ever had dessert flan from a Mexican bakery, and it was a custard with caramel. Right on. Yeah, we probably don't make it right anyway because we're American and we Americanize things like Italian pizza. They don't even, if you ask for a pizza in Italy, what you get, you will not recognize. Amanda says, LOL, Amy. Terry says, cheese for parties is brie. Yeah, there's that too. Hey, Terry. Welcome to the show. Sue says, Amy, oh, I know that well, but it's not that hard to tell the difference. Once you know, there are two general types of homeless. Those who have fallen on hard times and those by choice. Right. However, the ones who have fallen on hard times generally work their way out of it and no longer are homeless. A couple of weeks, maybe a month or two, maybe a year or two in severe cases. Most of those people get out of that situation as quickly as possible. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying 90% of what you see is self-afflicted. Cowboys 8-pound says, smiley, smiley, smiley. Amanda says, hi, newcomers. Welcome. Please hit that like button, subscribe, share, support, join, and super chats are available in the chat box if you want to show a little love, or hit that CashApp, $JakeJohnsonBand. I appreciate you so much. Sue says, what's the crowns and numbers by our names? It's a new thing that YouTube is doing, trying to incentivize talking and being engaged in the chat. It's basically a rank system. Whoever does the most, like if you super chat, you'll get an extra point or something. I'm not exactly sure. I didn't ask for it. They just put it on there. You just have to deal with it. There's no way to turn it off, I don't think. It doesn't hurt anything or cause anything. I don't think you get anything out of it. It's just a number. Makes you feel like you're involved in something, I guess. Cowboys 8-pound says, he don't know Antonio. Right, Antonio's too sassy. No, Antonio, it's too sassy. Amanda says, it's a YouTube incentive thing, Sue. Sue says, Amanda, incentive? Insensitive? Yeah, you did write insensitive. Incentive is what she's trying to say. Amanda says, to chat and super chat. Right on. And Aaron says, whew, party on. Amanda says, peacock, 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 peacock dance. Aaron says, I got that Jake charm. Nice. Sue says, I see people talking to their invisible demons every day. I know it's drugs making them like that, but I agree with you, Jake. Done people actually cannot take care of themselves. Or them people, right on. Yeah, they don't want to take care of themselves. I think we need to reinstitutionalize some of those people. Remember in the 80s, they had the paddy wagon? Like if you made too much noise outside, they would come pick you up and give you a nice new shirt to wear. One with sleeves are a little too long. And they would take you and you'd stay in the asylum for a few days and then whatever. I think we need to bring that back. That actually vanished under Clinton. It kind of disappeared. And nobody said anything. They just stopped being a thing. And then one day everybody's like, there's a lot of people talking to themselves walking down the street lately. Those people had a place to go in the 80s. They don't now. And John says, Debbie, I wasn't judging. Heart. That sounds like a creme brulee. Creme brulee is a lovely thing to eat also. Linda Davis says the scout leader was her chaperone because I wasn't able to, and Walter is not reliable to be there for things like that. Understood. Yeah, it must have been terrifying to send her to D.C. like that. I hear you. Anytime your kids are out of earshot, it makes you on edge the whole time. I still feel that way. I hadn't seen my kids in a while now, but I still have that little radar thing going off in the back of my head like something's wrong, that panic. That doesn't go away. You just have to learn to live with that. Sue says, we should take care of those who can't take care of themselves. Isn't it more cruel to just let them live on the streets? It is. And also, for like California was offering free needles, or Oregon, one of those places, they were giving them stuff to do drugs with, offering them crack pipes, and there's vans that drive around that they can buy drugs from, like government-sanctioned things. That's not fixing the problem. That's making it worse. If you offer free needles, they'll just take advantage of it and use more drugs. They should make it illegal and then enforce it. And it is more cruel to just leave them to their own devices. They clearly can't function in society. That's why they're living in the streets. They need somebody to teach them how to live and how to work. And there's all number of reasons why people end up in that position, mostly because of bad childhoods and things like that. But there's all kinds of things going on that cause people to go down those streets. Amy says, Jake, did you watch the video that I sent you about the glove analogy? I did. I did, and I thought it was a good analogy. That's a little one-sided. There's more to it than that, but that's a very young person way of looking at things. But yes, that is the analogy to some degree. Sue says, I was homeless for less than a year. I found a job and rented a room to help myself, and I didn't have a good mother, and she kicked me out at 18. Well, see, like I said, people that are actually good people, when they find themselves in that position, they work their way out of it. They don't stay homeless very long. So to call them a homeless community is a misnomer. That's not the right thing. People that actually have that problem fix it over a period of time. They can't stay like that. The people that live out in the streets and just stay that way, they're there because they want to be. They're not trying to fix it. And if you help them, all they're going to do is destroy the thing you give them and stay out there anyway. That you can't fix that. That's a broken person. They need to be institutionalized so that they can get treatment for being broken. We're not solving the problem. We're treating the symptoms, but we're not handling the cure. John says quench. Amy says fondue. It was fondue is the word I was looking for. Amy says, Sue, but you're in a good place now, and that's the important thing. And right, and like I said, when you got in that position, your brain kicked into gear and you went and got a job and you worked your way out of it. All things little steps until you got out of that situation. That's what normal people do. The people that live out there are not normal. They're broken. Their brains are not functioning. They have no critical thinking skills. They're not looking at a way to fix their problem. They don't see it as a problem. Amy says, our past builds our life experience, but it doesn't define us. It makes us smarter and stronger if we learn from it. Yes. John says, I'm going to say goodnight. Just in a brain fart all night. One of them nights. Much love. I hear you, John. And sometimes it's like that. It'd be like that all the time. But you get some rest and clear your mind. Drink some water. That'll help clear your mind. And just rest. And we'll talk to you tomorrow. God bless you, sir. Amy says, good night, Nugget. Bill Bennett says, I hope to see you all tomorrow for Bible study. God bless. Bill, thank you for being here. God bless you, sir. And your family. And Linda says, good night, John. You're still my favorite nugget. Aw. Linda says, good night, Bill. And John says, I love you too, Linda, and everyone. Heart, heart. Take care, John. We love you. Amanda says, good night, Nugget. Cowboys 8 Pounds says, good night, John. Amy says, good night, Bill. And Amanda says, night, Bill. Amy says, 72-hour involuntary mental hold. That's a good place to start. Cowboy says, good night, Bill. Amy says, 5150. That's an amplifier. What else is it? I don't know what that number means. We have a guitar thing that's a 5150. It's a PV thing or a Eddie Van Halen thing, 5150. It's good coffee. It's running out, though. Getting low. Patty says, good night, John. And Linda says, LOL, I was stalking her on Life 360. Always a mom, I guess. Is that the thing where you can look on a camera in 360? Like a video thing? I think I know what you're talking about. You can turn the camera around and see all the way around whoever it is. It's like a 3D camera on the person. Patty says, famine of Planned Parenthood. Yeah, there's a lot of that too. Cosmo is back. What's up, Cosmo? He says, Trump is speaking. So am I. I'm more important. To me, anyway. What's up, Cosmo? How you doing, buddy? And what's Trump talking about? Sue says, I used to work with a group that tried to help homeless people, and they would offer them jobs. Only 1 out of 100 took the job offer. That's right. It's sad to admit that, and it feels like you're doing something mean when you admit it. It feels like you're being insensitive or heartless to say that they are broken, that they can't be fixed. But it really is true. I mean, you can bend over backwards. You can buy them a house, a tiny house, and give them a place to live and fill it full of stuff that will help them. And they will sit in there that night and do drugs and start pissing in the corner and destroy the place, and it'll be useless when they're done, and they'll leave and be back on the streets anyway. They do not want structure. That's the problem. Thank you. You can't structure people that are wild. You can't put a square peg in a round hole. You're absolutely right. I've offered homeless people jobs many times and got turned down because they make more money standing on the street corner begging with a sign than I can pay them to do an honest day's work. And then they take that money and buy drugs with it. Well, that's what they want to do. That's fine with me. It doesn't hurt my feelings. But you can't call it a problem for my country if it's unsolvable. That's not a problem. That's a life choice. You want to live that way? What they should do is annex California from the United States and build a great big wall, closing it in, and then put a big door in the front with a big sign on it that says, all people that want to be homeless, come here. And then we should offer bus rides throughout the United States to that door. And when they go in, they should be left to their own devices and let them have that place as it sits and get them out of the rest of the country. That's what I think should happen. That's my cure for homelessness. You want homelessness to stop? Send all those people to one place and close it off and let them do what they're going to do. Maybe have a opening for drug dealers to come in and out because they're going to want to be in there. But other than that, let them have at it. Rando D says Trump is wanting asbestos back. I don't think so. Asbestos causes mesothelioma, cancer. Rando says, yippee, cancer including chemicals. What is he talking about? Be more specific. I don't think he wants asbestos back. He might be asking to use it for a specific thing. It does have a use. You just can't breathe it. Cowboy says, ew, or EWH. Amy says, I was talking to the guy who runs the rescue on Venice Beach, and he said that many homeless, not all, choose to be homeless. They don't have to be on the streets. He feeds them and makes sure they're safe. Well, that's good enough. If they want to be there, let them be there. They are Americans too. But you can't then call it a problem and then demand that we fix it. You can't choose to be homeless and then look at me and say, I need your help. You made this choice. You help. You want me to help? Get a job. I'll help you. Amy says, hi, Rando. Welcome and be respectful or leave. I think he was just pointing out stuff. We'll see. He might be a troll, though. Amanda says, hi, Cosmo. Rando says, sorry, Amy. Is news not allowed? I'm new. No, you're fine. That is news. Just add context, because a lot of people come in here trolling and say random things that are nonsensical. But if you're trying to report something that's actually happening, just add the context and we'll get it. And Rando says, Amy, and Patty says, ignorance is a problem. Yes, it is. Amy says, try starting a conversation with hello, Randy. I think that's what she's getting at. Like, we're all strangers to you. To come in and just start talking about Trump is weird. Say hello. Introduce yourself. Let us know who you are. Sue says 5150 is a code for first responders. It's a code first responders use for involuntary mental 72-hour hold because the person is a danger to themselves or others. I understand. It's also the name of an amplifier and a pickup configuration. Batshit Crazy says, Chief, what's up? Nice to see you, Batshit. How you doing, buddy? Here's to you. Rando says, I always think hi clogs up chat. I try to skip formalities, but sorry if it seemed rude. No problem, Rando. You're welcome here. Rando says, not best socially. That's fine. I understand your point, and that is actually true. It does make the chat clog up a little because a lot of highs are the same person. You're actually right about that, but that's with people that know each other. We don't know you yet, so give us a chance to get to know you. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Who are you? Where you from? What do you want to talk about? And your point is valid. And you're welcome here, social or otherwise. The only thing we ask is be respectful to the ladies and don't say a bunch of nonsense and don't repeat yourself, because that also clogs up chat. I will read it. I'll read every chat in this chat room before I leave. Unless it goes on until midnight, which I'll pull the plug at that point. Amy says, 5150, somebody called the popo. Patty says, too funny, Amy. Amy says, Patty, it's an old country song. That's weird. I've never heard that country song. Linda says, Rando, just put more context in the comments so we all know who you're talking to or about and we don't think you're trolling. Right on. Yeah, we do get a lot of trolls in here, Rando, and that's kind of a defense mechanism, a response to trolls. We don't mean any harm by it, and sometimes we get it wrong. That's okay. We welcome newcomers. We just don't want the riffraff to seep in. Amy says it's late 90s, I think. Oh, that's why I don't know it. That's not an old country song. That's a new country song in the 90s. Rando says, issue with homeless is that they can't always help themselves. They need to be helped with the issues of why they are homeless. Well, if they're willing to get help, that's the problem. A lot of them don't want help. A lot of them are comfortable being where they're at, which is why it's a problem that we can't fix, because you can't fix somebody that wants to be out there. And you are right. If they would accept help, treatment is possible. But you got to be willing to get better in order for that to be a thing. Otherwise, as soon as you let them go, they'll be right back out on the streets, because that's where they want to be. And Rondo says, sure thing, Linda. And Amy says, hi, Cosmo. And hi, Batshit Crazy. And Batshit says, long-term homeless, diminished capacity, drugs, etc. Longer cut, deeper mess. Yes, it's a mess. For sure, it's a mess. Hang on, I got to find where I was at. I got it. I found it. Chester Bon Jovial Smith. I love that name, Bon Jovial. The U.S. bombed 3 of Iran's nuclear sites. Trump just said that they will do it again and harder if Iran continues to fight Israel or U.S. bases. Well, if I were Iran, I would take Trump very seriously because he means it. I really wish we would not get involved in this fight, but it looks like we're head over heels involved in it. It's not going to work out good for anybody, I don't think. We'll see, though. I hope Trump knows what he's doing. Batshit says, Sue, nice. Amy says, drug addiction is a horrible thing. It destroys families and relationships. I agree. And people. Rando says, hi. I am unsure why Trump wants it, but he's wanting to reverse the ban, and that's all I've seen in the news on asbestos. I would be interested to know the context of that. Why he would want to be using asbestos. There's probably a reason for it, and it's probably not a bad idea. But then again, Trump has a way of blurting things out without adding context, and other people just run with it and go crazy. And look, he's telling people to put bleach in their veins, which he never said, by the way. He was talking about the compounds that are in bleach do effectively kill COVID, and why couldn't we look at that as a means of research to figure out how to create a thing that would kill COVID? That's what he was talking about, and that's not a bad idea. A little bit naive, but not a bad idea. Same thing goes for cancer. Bleach will kill cancer. Why don't we look into it? But then you got all these people saying, he said inject bleach right into their veins. He did not say that. He asked a question that was a little bit sophomoric, that's all. He's a businessman. What does he know about science? Hell, the rest of them were probably thinking it. They just didn't say it. That's the kind of thing that bothers me when they take things like that out of context. Rando says, true, Amy. And Rando says, hi, I'm using Rando as it is short for random. Got it? I was called random person before, so it just stuck. It's just short. I like it, Rando. It's a good name. It's mysterious. I like the name Unknown, although it's already taken. There's an unknown Henson out there. And if you like guitar music, look up Unknown Henson. You'll love it. It's kind of different. It's like if punk rock meets Ray Stevens. Eight Ball says, I'm sorry, 8 Ball. Cowboys 8 Panel says, hi, I don't know where 8 Ball came from. Chester says, they used to put asbestos in gas mask filters, funny enough. It's just like how they'd put lead in everything like piano keys to silverware. Right on. Yeah, those things are bad for you. Does anybody know or have heard Trump talking about releasing the ban on asbestos and what they're intending to use it for? I mean, I know asbestos has uses. As long as you're not breathing it, it has good uses. The problem is they use it as insulation, and it dusts. And when it dusts, people breathe that dust, and they get mesothelioma. So that's why it's been banned. However, there are good uses. You can hardly burn the stuff. It is flame retardant to the nth degree. That's a good quality of asbestos. It's also a hell of an insulator. It's probably better than anything we've got. That's why they were using it, but it's bad. But if anybody knows what that's about, I'd be interested to hear. He usually says random things, Trump does, but there's usually a point behind it somewhere, and it's usually outlandish when he says it, and then he works his way back to something reasonable. And he usually says outlandish things like that to get the media talking about it, so he gets free publicity on the real idea that he's trying to put out, which is a lot more sane than the thing he says. I don't know why people haven't picked up on this yet. That's kind of Trump's MO. He says something crazy, everybody talks about it, he gets free publicity, and then he does something reasonable, and nobody ever covers it. Rando says, I'm from the UK. Nice, welcome, Rando. There's a couple other people here from the UK also. Rando says, is a shame about trolls. I usually try and ask them the same questions so they might see what they're doing wrong. Yeah. And this show is like a fishing trip, and what we're trying to do is gain people like you that may come in as a troll or may come in as a curious bystander and then end up staying. That's what we're looking for. And unfortunately, we have to deal with trolls because a lot of them will end up staying. And that's a beautiful thing when it happens. Sue says, you'll like it in here, Rando. I'm relatively new and I like it here. Well, I like both of you, so it's a match made in heaven. Rando says, thanks, Sue. Cosmo says hi. How you doing, Cosmo? Are you doing good? Whipmaster Hart, long time no see, my brother. How you doing? Whipmaster says, Ghost Riders in the sky tonight, Jake. Mr. Jake, shaking my head. 120 million bucks worth of American ordnance. Right on. Ghost Riders in the sky. I like that guy. How you doing, Whipmaster? Nice to see you. Amanda says hi. And Linda says, Rando, our John, affectionately known as Nugget, is also from the UK. He just left a few minutes ago. There's a couple of people in here from the UK and parts over there in that direction. Soph is from Australia. Amy says, hi, Whip. Whipmaster Hart says, how is everyone tonight? So far, we're all hot, and it's a lovely night. Great night for a conversation. Amanda says, good, Whip, how you been? And Batshit Crazy says, aluminum overcast, Iran style. Nice. Whipmaster says, we started this fight a long time ago. This goes all the way back to JFK. Which fight are you referring to? Patty says, the drug addiction is the pandemic. I agree. And Whipmaster says, I'm good, Miss Amanda. Amy says, preemie babies have bleach solution breathing treatments to clear the lungs and build immunity. Right on. Yeah, what Trump said sounded naive, but it wasn't wrong. I mean, he actually had a point. And a lot of things he says is like that. It's not what normal people would say in that situation. Like a normal politician would never say anything like that. But I don't know why they wouldn't, because it's not a bad question. And when they were talking about COVID back in the day, it was relatively unknown and we didn't know how to handle it. I don't blame him for trying to think of ways to solve it. That's what he was doing. I mean, he's not the scientist. He's not out there doing the thing. He was just asking, can we do this? Bleach is a strong element, or chemical rather. Is there not some way we can use that to create a medicine that'll effectively work? I think that's a good question. A little bit naive, but a good question nonetheless. Rando says, more into drum and bass stuff at the moment, but thanks for the compliment and suggestion. Are you into drums and bass? Do you play? I'm a player. Did you know that? Both drums and bass and guitar and piano and everything else for that matter. And I have just bought a brand new 5-string bass that I'm very much enjoying at the moment. Bass. Randa says, Amy, I've never heard that, but I hope it's very diluted. the breathing treatment? It is, and it works. Amy says, my daughter had it done when she was in the NICU, the NICU unit. And Cowboy says, interesting at Amy Elizabeth. Very interesting. Amy says, very low concentration of bleach solution. So it's like bleach water, like what comes out of your tap, but a little bit stronger. Have you ever drank water out of the faucet and it tasted like bleach? It's because that's what they use to clean it. Chlorine. It'll also peel the skin off of your lips and make your sinuses drain, which is why they use it. Patty says, your chat's going to jump again. Patty says, Amy Elizabeth, this is what President Trump was referring to. Rando says, I am curious bystander. Oh, I avoid toxicity. Well, there's a lot of toxicity in here, but it's usually coming from me. Dwight On, I like your name. Why is the Holy Trinity important? I don't know. You tell me, why is the Holy Trinity important? Could it be because it's God? You do know we do Bible study here, right, Dwight? We welcome you here, but that is a weird question. The Holy Trinity isn't important. It's literally the most important thing that ever existed and has always existed. Alpha, Omega, beginning, end. Amy says, Patty, I think Trump was asking a question to the doctor that was before him, and he phrased it quirky. The loony left took it out of context. That's exactly right. Sue says, I live in Vegas. Awesome. I've always wanted to go visit Vegas, Sue. I've always wanted an Elvis costume, Sue. I love Vegas. I've never been. I like the idea of Vegas. If I lived there, I'd probably be one of those guys that dresses like Elvis and marries people in a drive-through window, you know? I pronounce you man and wife. Right on. Thank you very much. Thank you. Come again. Amy says, hey, Dwight, welcome. Amanda says, hi, Dwight, welcome. Amy says, Sue, that's a hot place, Vegas. Both physically and metaphysically. Dwight says, are you all about that bass? I am all about that bass, that bass, that bass. I'm all about that bass. And I play guitar. Cowboy says, LOL. Sue says, Amy, yes, it's going to be 115 degrees soon. Wow. Rando says, oh, no, I haven't got a musical bone in my body. I just like the D&B and jungle stuff. Right on. Jungle is more of a UK genre, but give it a go. Lots of Jamaican culture in it. Well, I like Jamaican music. I like that whole flavor. What's the guy's name? I can't think of his name. You know what I'm talking about. No woman, no cry. Bob Marley. And I like that. His band had a really good, strong sound and with that island influence, but it was kind of like, if you think about it in context, back in the day, it was basically heavy metal. It was way harder than any other music was being played at the time, but it had that island feel to it. It's really a little bit of Spanish influence too, because the beat was syncopated. It wasn't a square beat. It was like on the downbeat, you know. Blues takes a lot from that. So I'm into that a lot. And you don't have to have a musical bone in your body to appreciate music. So I'm a fellow compatriot in the ways of appreciating jungle stuff. Whipmaster says Israel was pushing for a nuclear weapons program back in the late 50s and early 60s, and the Kennedy brothers were in opposition of the Israeli forces developing their own nuclear stockpile. I agree with all of that. I think nobody should have nuclear weapons. I think we prove that they are overly dramatic in the explosive nature of things, and we probably should never use one again. I wish everybody would denuclearize their whole arsenals. What's wrong with shooting each other with regular guns? Sue says, sometimes I smell bleach when I turn on my faucet. That's because they use bleach in your water. That's how they clean it. That water comes from the sewer. It's recycled, and they run it through a bunch of chemicals and cleaners and then send it back out to you. Be thankful it smells like bleach because it could smell like poo. Amy says, me too, Sue. And Rando says, yep. It's gross when they add a little too much, Sue. Yep. I don't like to drink tap water for that very reason, but I also understand that not drinking that kind of water will make you less likely to be able to survive something that comes from it. Touching things gives you an immunity to things. That's why people that grow up outdoors, spend a lot of time outside, don't get sick very often because they touch dirt. They touch things that have germs on it, and their body builds up an immunity to it. And they don't usually get sick by normal things. So you have to be exposed to some of that. That being said, I'd much rather have clean water that don't taste like bleach. But I imagine it makes your teeth clean. Amy says, me too, Sue. I read that one. Rando says, why I try to keep my squash cordle around. I don't know what that is. What is a squash cordle? Or cordile. I don't know what that word is. Whipmaster says, Israel wanted to nuke all its enemies and neighbors. I don't know if God will even allow that to happen. That's like going too far, too fast. I'm pretty sure if somebody tries to nuke a place where there's lots of people living, I'm pretty sure God will stop that from happening. But I don't know. I could be wrong about that. He doesn't stop other things. He might let us destroy ourselves. Sue says, come to Vegas in April and November for the best weather. Right on. I might one day come to Vegas. I do want to check it out. Hey, baby, let's go to Vegas. Let it up, bow. Hey, baby, let's go to Vegas. Boot it up and boot it and boot it, boo. Amy says, my husband worked at a water treatment plant. Vegetable plants would grow in solid waste. Huge tomatoes. I wouldn't eat them, considering the source. I don't blame you. They use fertilizer, waste for fertilizer in a lot of growing situations. I don't know that I like that idea any more than you do. Because you are what you eat, and you eat what grows up in the stuff that it grows in. And that's what it's made out of. And if a plant is getting nutrients from manure, it's going all through the plant. Gross. Linda says, Sue, they are calling for the mid-90s for the next few days here. My northern blood doesn't like that kind of heat. Thank God for my son who came and put my AC in. I need to get my AC working. We have a window unit right now, but I have central air, but the machine is broken down. I need to get somebody to come look at it. Get our AC running again. Plus, I think it runs on gas. I'm not sure about that. I have to have somebody look at it because I don't know what I'm looking at. But I think it runs on propane. Or whatever's out there, methane, whatever it is that they put in the big tank outside. I'm not very versed in natural gas, but I think it's a natural gas air unit, but I'm not sure. And if it is, I got to get some gas in that tank before I can get the thing fixed and running. Rando says, we had 30 Celsius in the UK today. Way too hot and muggy. The news said in 12 years' time, temperatures might be 40 degrees Celsius. Yeah, they're wrong. They always say things like that, Rando. The temperature is going to be what it's always been, hot in the summer and cold in the winter. And Dwight says, do not go to Vegas in the summer. Smart. A lot of sweaty hookers, I would imagine. Hey. Sue Wood says, I once had this thought that the Holy Trinity is related to us in a way. Father, Son, Holy Spirit is our spirit, physical body, and soul. Well, you're not wrong, except for the idea that you have a spirit and a soul. Those are two different words for the same thing. Your soul is your spirit. You don't have a spirit and a soul. Your soul is your spirit. You are, think about it like this. You are your soul, and your soul is currently in heaven right now as we speak. And it's plugged into this meat sack via Wi-Fi. That's your brain. That's your brain. And the soul is connected to it by a silver cord. Think of that as a remote control. And you drive this meat sack around this world. And right now, your soul is in VR. It's got the head goggles on and everything. And you are living in this automaton, this body made of meat. And when this clay pot breaks, what contained inside is your spirit is in heaven with God instantly, because it's right there now. It just sees through these eyes. That's how you look at it. I don't know if that's exactly right, but that's pretty close to the way it actually is. I don't think the soul is contained in the body. I think it drives the body. I think it's connected to the body, but I think the actual soul is in heaven. Amy says, hi. Me too, Amy. And Dwight says Albert King or BB King. BB King. Although Albert King is quite nice. Amy Elizabeth says, like steel drum sounds. Yes. I like steel drum sounds too. In fact, I have a steel drum somewhere around here. Hang on a second. There you go. I am totally a hippie now. Steel Drums by Jake Johnson. I'm done. Batshit Crazy says, New Orleans funk. Right on. Bow, chicka, bow, bow. Patty says, yum. Rando says, D&B can have a lot of machine sounds, but I tend to prefer the atmospheric stuff, like by Groove Silence. Pissed Up Forum is great, but not atmospheric. I hear you. Like dubstep, kind of. Like industrial music. I'm into some of that. I like it for movie scores and things like that. I can get into making industrial music. I understand the desire to have like that techno kind of new agey kind of sound stuff, but I play more like blues, funk, country, rock and roll, jazz, that sort of thing. Sue says, even if you don't drink tap water, you probably cook with it. Right on. And Dwight says, people have dogs and pets. Them also build up immunity. Yes. Yes. Dogs and animals, touching animals will build up your immunities. Absolutely. It's people that continuously wash their hands with antibacterial soap and stay indoors. Those are the people that are going to get sick and die quickly. You need to touch dirt. Patty says, I have a Berkey. All right. What is a Berkey? Rando says, is swearing cool if it's a song name? I mean, you do you, man. We are Bible studiers, but we're not religious zealots. We are normal human beings. We have normal language, and I let slip cuss words every now and then. The only thing I ask is don't be vulgar and insult the ladies. There's a lot of ladies in here, so speak appropriately. That's all I ask. The Buffalo 22 says thousands of religions exist. That's correct. And all of them are incorrect. All of them. There are lots of religions in the world. You're absolutely right about that. What a religion is a sliver or an understanding or an opinion about the truth. The truth is bigger than all religions. And you can find the truth in the inerrant, inspired Word of God, which is the King James Version Bible. It's the closest thing we got to the truth on planet Earth. The Buffalo says, religious freaks. Not in here, mister. Rando says, squash or cordial, just less diluted juice. Or add water, unsure what usage, call it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what squash or cordial is. I know what squash is, but I don't know what cordial is. Rando says, use less USA. You don't know what you call it in the USA. Right, I don't either. Squash or cordial. Squash casserole, maybe? I'm not sure. Amy says, hang on, my chat jumped again. What's the number? Found it. Amy says, hi, Buffalo, welcome. Only one for me. Jesus is king. That's right. Buffalo says, WW2, he allowed 2. You talking about God allowed WW2? Yes, he did. I was being hyperbolic. I don't mean he actually is going to stop it from happening. I don't know. Amy says, no blasphemy, Buffalo. You're gone. Right. Don't blaspheme the Holy Spirit. This is the wrong place for that. Rando says, the Buffalo 22, that isn't changing minds. I'm not a believer, but it's gross to throw stuff at people like that. Thank you, Rando. And I'm not trying to convert any of you, so it doesn't matter if you're a believer or not. We are adults. We can have conversations about things that exist without being a moron about it. Blasphemy isn't real. Well, you keep believing that, the Buffalo 22, and you'll have to suffer the consequences for it. But you won't do it here because we believe it is real. Is real. Buffalo says, sorry, go outside and look up at the stars. They are your real creators. You're incorrect about that in more ways than one. I have looked at the stars for many years, more than you've been alive, the Buffalo 22, and I will be the first to tell you that the stars were created themselves. So there is one higher than them. Amanda says, Buffalo, you're in the wrong place for that. Patty says, and bottled water. So bucket and bottle is the way to go. Right on. Amanda says, God created the stars. And Rando says, the Buffalo 22, you give atheists a bad name. Instead, ask them to look at signs, unintentional biomechanics instead of a designer. Well, see, Rando, and the Buffalo 22, you have stumbled into a place where a guy who's actually done all of that research is talking. So I'm not new at this game. I've been doing it a long time, and anything you can think of, I've already thought about. Anything you can imagine, I've already studied. I've been down that road, and I've come to several conclusions of my own free will. And what I've learned is no matter how many questions you ask, there's always another one. There's always a but who did that? But where did that come from? But why is this the way it is? But. There's only one answer that is at the end of all of those buts, and that is that a higher power caused it. Now, we can argue till the cows come about who that higher power is and about what to call it, but that is effectively God, and it does exist. All you got to do is look outside at anything and see the awesome nature in which everything exists in perfect succession to its surroundings. There is nothing by accident. There is nothing that doesn't require something else to survive. There is nothing on planet Earth or outside of it that does not require intelligence to understand, if for no other reason than to think of the word light. What is light? What does it do? Do you know? Have you thought about it? Light stretches from infrared to ultraviolet in infinity in both directions, and the only purpose for light, the only thing it does, is be seen by us, by eyeballs. That's the only use for it. It has no utterance of need in the world except for to be seen. That in itself tells you that a thoughtful creator designed it that way. There's no other reason for it. And yet we can only see a little sliver of it right in the middle. All of the ultraviolet and all of the infrared is lost on us who can only see right in the middle. There are other beings that can see slightly more of it in different directions, but not all of it. So all of this light in both directions is there for the purpose of being seen, and no one can see it. Does that not tell you something? It's an open-ended question. That means at some point, somewhere, something will be able to experience that light because it's there, and nothing is wasted in the universe. There are no things anywhere that is wasted. There's no randomness at all to the universe. It is finely tuned. It is irreducible complexities to the point that it has to be for life. That's the only thing it does. Why is it here? What about air? Air, its only purpose is to be breathed. And this is the only place where you can find it. And this is also the only place where there's people. That doesn't make you wonder? Think about the world you live in for more than a second with more than one brain cell, and you'll realize that only a fool would think that there is no God. Now, we're not talking about religion here. There are many different ways of looking at what God is, but there is most definitely something above us that caused all of this to come into effect. It's undeniable. To deny it makes you look like an idiot, because you have to really try very hard not to see how complex things are to the point that it was designed. So whether you're a believer or not, if you're a thoughtful individual that has a brain, you're at the very least willing to entertain the conversation without being a moron or a jackass. Amy says propane and propane accessories. Bobby, quit whacking off in my tool shed. And Rando says, not me trying to change minds, just me saying I don't believe. Well, that's fine. I'm not trying to convert you. If you wish to listen to what I have to say, you're welcome to do so. And it may change your mind. It may not. That's fine with me. That's between you and God. I have nothing to do with that. I'm called to teach. That's what I do. I talk wisdom. I trade in wisdom and in wholesale critical thinking. That's what I teach. Other than that, your relationship with your creator is between you and him. It has nothing to do with me. But we will talk about it. And you're welcome to try and present evidence to the contrary. And I'll listen to it. And if you can sway me with a good argument, I'll follow you. I'll abandon this thing in a second if it ain't true. Problem is the Bible is the anvil that has worn out many, many, many hammers trying to disprove it, and it can't. Sue says, we used to put butane in the back tank growing up. Right on. Amanda says, God created everything. Linda says, King of the Hill referenced Amy. Right on. You know they re-brought that show out? What do you call it? They rebooted it. Now all the characters are older and they live in a different place, but they brought the show back. Rando says, Amanda, I'm not going to clog up chat with why I don't believe. It's mostly about weird mutations and animals having remnants of bones, organs from evolving, like whales having hips. I say no further. Well, those aren't hips. I'm sorry to tell you that. We can have that conversation if you like. I'm more than happy to go down that road with you, as I have studied these things in depth, and I can tell you, whales live in the water, and they don't have arms, and they can't speak English, so they can't say, baby, scoot over. It's time to get busy. Those little bones are necessary for little whales to happen. So they're not hips. I'm sorry to tell you that. And they're not vestigial. They use them. Snakes have them too. Anything that don't have arms has that little apparatus that kind of vaguely looks like legs, but they're not. They're hooks. Anyway, your tailbone, to quote a great man that I once heard speak, if you think your tailbone is vestigial and you don't require it, I will pay to have yours removed. I'll pay for it. You just go have it removed. You don't need it anyway, right? You'll find out later that you absolutely need that bone. Rando says, I bet polite. Well, it's wonderful to have a believer and a non-believer have a conversation. I don't begrudge that happening. And it's okay if you're smart, and it sounds like you are, then it doesn't matter if I believe and you don't believe. Two adults can have a conversation whether they agree with each other or not. You might find some wisdom in what I have to say. You might not. You might find me to be a little biting and a little sarcastic. Or you might find that I'm trying to reach you on a mental level. Depends on how you take it. But a complete moron would start a fight with a stranger when he doesn't have any idea what ammunition I'm bringing to the fight. I don't think you're that guy. B, sorry for all the chat. That's fine, Rando. It's going to be that way. Amy says, God created us in his image like a glove for the hand. The glove is used with the hand. When we let God into our lives, he gives us purpose and usefulness. That's a good analogy. Patty says, this event has all news stations chattering something is happening somewhere. Right on. Rando says, wow, play those funky tunes. Right on. Cowboy says, lovely. This was a gift from a dear friend of mine. It's a birthday gift. And I didn't know what to make of it at first, but it is a musical instrument, as odd as it looks. And it can be used to make quite lovely music if you have the patience and the wherewithal to sit here and figure out where the little notes are. It is quite lovely. You can play it with your fingers or your little drumsticks, little mallets. Anyway, it's kind of cool. But that's basically how a kettle drum works. A bell drum, kettle. Yeah, those things. kettle drums. Jake's gone hippie on us, says Amanda. I'm going to let my hair down in a minute and start waving, swaying. Amy says a glove is useless with a hand. When we let God into our lives, he gives us purpose and usefulness like a hand entering a glove. The glove is useless without the hand. Rando says some dubstep influences in D&B too. I think it's called bro step, but don't quote me on that. I don't really listen to dubstep that much, but I do understand it, and I have studied it because I'm a musician. I study all forms of music, including industrial. And it has its place, like all things, it has a place. Aaron says, winding up and cocking back. About to release that Kraken. Amy says, I give up trying to type it out correctly. Right. I understand. Typing is difficult. Amanda says, LOL, Aaron. It's okay so far. Linda says, he stopped, Aaron. Catch him if he continues. So far, he's stopped running his mouth. Rando says, Linda, you talking about Buffalo? Yes. I told him he wasn't changing minds with that. Yeah, people like to do that for some reason. They come into a chat when the room is clearly on one side of things, and then they start spouting nonsense like that. And I wonder if they think they're having an effect or if they're just wasting time and being miserable in their mama's basement or something. I don't know. But that's not the way to carry on the conversation. If you have a point, make it. But you be polite to people you don't know. Why would you come into a random house of people you don't know and start acting a fool? That don't make no sense to me. I don't understand. I like conversation, and I like talking to people that don't think the same way I think. That's a good thing. You learn things that way. Amy says, I'm a Jesus freak. Right on. Chat just got longer. Amanda says, we don't discourage them. Right on. Rando says, squash is just what we call concentrated juice. You can get 4 times at some stores, which I prefer. I got you. Well, we call juice different things depending on what it's juice of, like orange juice from concentrate or grapefruit juice or, mango juice or whatever it is. So basically, your word squash is like our word pulp. We use pulp to describe the stuff that comes in juice. And Linda says, yes, Rando, he's fine as long as he is respectful. Right on. And Rando says, thank you, Linda. And Aaron says, Linda got a wrench. Awesome. Yes, she does. Aaron says, I showed Jake to Christina and told her about you guys. That's awesome. I hope she joins us. Aaron says, I was about to head out and I was checking in. We're doing good so far, Aaron. Thank you for checking back with us. And how is she doing tonight? Amanda says, awesome, Aaron. Thanks, man. Is she feeling a little better now? Yes, we're all dying to know how Christina is. Amanda says, okay, be safe, Aaron. And Linda says, always in my prayers, Aaron. Take care of yourself. You are needed. Absolutely, you are needed. Aaron says, yes, she is smiling. Oh, tell her if she gets to feeling much better, I'll sing her a song. Rando says, whales have hip bone remnants, like from having ancestors with legs. That's incorrect. And may I ask if you believe in a creator who allowed evolution? I do not. If so, I struggle to see how we were designed in his image. Well, first of all, that's a misnomer. The Bible says, let us make man in our image. He was talking to someone. Who was he talking to? He was talking to the host. Basically, that breaks down to you were created in your image. I was created in mine. Jesus and Adam were created in God's image. That's the way it breaks down. God created the whole host at the same time. That's all the angels and all the spirits. That's your soul was created at the same time as everything else was. And I don't believe in evolution, because when you talk about evolution, we got to be clear what we're talking about. That's a tricky word. There's 7 types of evolution. I only believe in one of those 7 types. The rest of them are nonsense. And I'm sorry, if you live in the real world and you see things that actually exist, most of what evolution is based on is bullshit. There is a such thing as selection, natural selection. Things do adapt. Things do alter according to their environment to some degree. You never get a different thing from a thing, though. That's not true. You might say it's in a book. That's true. Well, what I believe is in a book, too, but my book is older than your book and has been around a lot longer. Charles Darwin was incorrect. And we can have that conversation, and I will point out bit by bit, point by point, detail by detail why what you're saying is incorrect. Notice I didn't use the word wrong. I used the word incorrect, because this is an attack on you. I can like you just fine and find fault with your way of thinking. This isn't about you. This is about the belief that you've been infected with because of why that belief exists in the first place. And that's a problem. And that's what I endeavored to change in this show. Not this particular show. This is a political show. But when I do Bible study, I intend to change that way of thinking. And I can talk to you about all of those things, vestigial bones included. You want to talk about polystrate fossils, or you want to talk about fault lines, or liquefaction, or tectonic plates? You want to talk about planetary science? You want to talk about physics or metaphysics? You want to talk about string theory or M theory or anything like that? I'm your guy. You don't have to agree with me, but prove me wrong. If I tell you something that you think is wrong, go look and find out. And when you get tired of finding out I'm right, then you'll listen to me. And Amanda says, awesome, Aaron. Hi, Christina, and welcome. Amy says, Buffalo said to look at the stars for our creator. Sounds like Church of Scientology. Yeah. Aaron says, you are too. Thank you. Rando says, I like that we live and that air exists, but I believe there are more worlds with life. Well, you can believe that if you want to. That's fine. There's no evidence of that. There's no proof of that. That's a belief. You have to have faith to think that that exists. That's no different than what I'm doing. And we aren't quite necessary for the universe to keep ticking. No, we're not necessary for the universe to keep ticking. The universe is necessary for us to keep ticking. It's the other way around. We were created to be on this planet. This planet was created to be inhabited. You understand? There's nowhere else that we can go. We have to live here. Amy says, Rando, it takes more faith to believe in evolution than the creation theory. We don't see hundreds of half-formed creatures anywhere. The earth has everything perfect for life on this planet as it is, correct? Yeah, there are no transitional fossils anywhere. That's a myth. That's wrong. They keep hoping to find out, but it's never going to happen. Amy says it takes a higher intelligence to create a world where everything works in perfect synergy. Correct. Amy says, Rando, who's to say God doesn't have a side chick? If there is life on other planets, it's because of God. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Well, see, that's the thing I'm getting at. I don't know if there's other life out there in the universe because I haven't been out there, and I'm the guy that'll tell you the truth when I talk to you. Most people will pretend like they know how far the sun is away or what might be living on Mars or what stars are actually made out of, but they don't. They're guessing just like everyone else is. It's a lie when they put numbers in front of things that they couldn't possibly know, like the Earth is 4.2 billion years old or whatever it is they're saying now, 13 billion years old. That's a lie propagated to make you believe something that they're pushing in a narrative. It's not true. You can't know those things. There might be life out there, but it has nothing to do with us, and we will never see it, and it will never see us. Rando says that's the issue. We wouldn't be able to think if we didn't have the right conditions. Right. But the right conditions are mostly a lot of the right conditions. Many lifeless planets. Right. That's the thing. The fact that you can make this argument proves it wrong, because you haven't stopped for a moment to think about what a miracle it is that your brain functions at all, let alone at this time in this place with all the other things that have to go right in order for you to even be here. You haven't considered that part yet. What about an inanimate object that has no moving parts causes you to have such passionate thoughts? And how do you know you can trust those thoughts? If everything is random, there is no creator, no moral law, everything is random, then how do you know that what you're thinking right now isn't just a bunch of garbled nonsense that you believe because you have no other evidence to believe otherwise? How do you know you can trust your own thoughts? You can't, because if by your logic there is no God, then there is no moral arbiter of the law of physics, of the law of morality, of the law of the universe. That means anything is possible. It's all random. There are no square people, but everything is random. If it was random, wouldn't there be at least one square person or one person with a wing? Why 2 wings? Why not 4? Why not 1? It's random, right? Well, if it's random, then there's no law that says things have to be the way they are. And if there is a law that says things have to be the way they are, then one with wisdom must conclude there is a lawgiver, or else there would be no law. Does that make any sense? Rando says, thanks for saying I'm smart. I think you're smart. And yes, whales use it for reproduction. Then it's not vestigial. It's not what used to be legs. It is the thing that they use to produce. Somebody in a book said they used to be legs, but there's no evidence to prove that they ever walked, and they live in the ocean. Why would you think that something that lived on land on perfectly good feet would lose those feet and climb into the ocean? Why would they do that? But it's like bees having stingers that are modified sex organs. No, not like that at all. Whales don't lose their legs when they mate. Same for wasps and some ants. Many similarities, also many changes. Wrong. Wasps have always been wasps. We found wasps that are buried in amber from millions of years ago, if you believe in millions of years, probably 6,000 years ago when they were first covered up. But they look just like the wasps we have today, because a wasp is a wasp. It always has been. It will never change into something not wasp-like. There are things that adapt to their surroundings, like dogs adapt wildly. You get big dogs, little dogs, hairy dogs, bald dogs, long dogs, short dogs, fat dogs, skinny dogs, smart dogs, stupid dogs, white dogs, black dogs, but you never get an elephant. Not once. Not ever. It's never going to happen. You'll never get a dog that supersedes its limitations. For example, there are big dogs and little ones, but you're never going to get a microscopic dog or one the size of Texas, because that's above the limitation of dog kind. Rando says, don't start me on bees. I'm very... Sorry, my chat jumped. Hold on. I like bees too. 10:57. Oh, here we go. Don't start me on bees, says Rando. I'm very into all the different sorts, like stingerless ones and New Zealand and bumblebees, solitary ones. We pay too much attention on the honey variety. No, there's all kinds of bees, and they do many, many useful things in society. In fact, if the bees went away, we would go away, because without bees, things don't pollinate. And Rando says, yep, calling someone stupid and saying rude things is unnecessary, and I'm hoping I haven't taken the talk too far away from what you wanted. No. Tonight is random, meaning we start off with a political bent. We talk about things of political nature, but it goes wherever it's going to go. And the whole point in this show tonight, Politi-tics, is to argue. That's what we're doing. Because I'm never going to change your mind, and you're not ever going to change mine. But there are people listening to this conversation. And if we have a legitimately intelligent conversation, it might change their mind one way or the other. And that's what discourse is about. And we need more of it in this country, not less of it. So you participating in this conversation, you are participating in teaching people how to think, not what to think, how to think. It doesn't matter ultimately whether I'm right or you're right. What matters is that we had the conversation. That matters. And that's something that these young people today don't seem to understand about people. They need conversation. That's how they learn. Amy says Buffalo hasn't commented since, so he was probably a drive-by commenting troll, probably. And the juice, O.J. Simpson, says Amy. Yes. Rando says, sorry, not pulp, just very much less water. Okay. From concentrate. I got it. I think you use powdered juice from what I've seen in the media. Maybe. Cowboy says concentrate. Right. And Rando says, oh, thank you for your view. A lot of people say in his image, which doesn't make much sense to me. It doesn't. And why does he need legs and arms and organs? He doesn't. We do. And like I said, he says the Bible verse is let us make man in our image. He includes a third party there. So he's not saying I'm making man in my image. He's saying I'm making man. And by the way, the word image just means shape or likeness. It could mean mentality. But I think I'm right when I say we are all made in our own image. Amy says, everything is bullshit. That's right. Everything you think you know is wrong, and the more you dig, the worse it gets. And that is correct. I'm getting tired. Amy says, cowboy, that's what the cartoon of Juice said. Concentrate. I'm tired for a while. Sorry, I've tried for a while, but nothing happened. You've concentrated and nothing happened? I need to put this away. It's ringing and driving me crazy while I'm talking. It's picking up the vibration of my voice. All I can hear is it echoing. It comes in a little bag. It's too small for it to go in. I think I got it, though. That was my debut on the kettle drums, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here. Please do hit that like button, subscribe, share, support, join, and super chats are available in the chat box if you want to show a little bit of love. If you want to feed Jake, you can do that right over there. Feed Jake, I could use it. Or hit that Cash App. I'll get all of it. $ Jake Johnson Band. I appreciate you. Rando says 7 types. Would like to know. 7 types. I said that a minute ago. There's 7 types of evolution. Yes. Well, we can have that conversation if you like. There's chemical evolution. There's stellar evolution. There's physical evolution. There's mental evolution. I don't remember them all off the top of my head. I have to be prepared for that conversation, but there are 7 types of evolution. and only one of them is correct, and that would be the natural selection form, the adaptation according to the nature that they're in. I do believe that happens. You can see that happen, such as finches growing longer beaks to reach food in more hot climates. Captain Kurt Reacts says, we come from the Anunnaki. No, we do not. That is Christopher Hitchens' nonsense. He wrote a book based on a language he couldn't read, based on information he got from other people, and told a pretty good tale about the Anunnaki. If you actually study history, it doesn't work that way, so sorry. Amy says, hello, Captain Kurt, welcome, and I disagree, as do I, but welcome, come on in. Captain Kurt says, the Greek gods are the Anunnaki. Well, you're almost right. They are the offspring of the fallen angels mentioned in the Bible. That is true. They're the Nephilim. That is the half-human, half-celestial beings that were roaming the earth before the flood, which is why God destroyed them all. Aaron says, what's an Anunnaki? It is an idea that Christopher Hitchens put out about what he learned from studying the Sumerian texts that he could not read because it is a dead language that nobody even knows what it sounds like. And I have a lot of trouble translating. Randu says, thank you for that opinion. I believe a lot of creationists believe God will fix any issue man causes because we are the center of the universe. I think God gave us free will. And in order to have free will, there has to be a good thing and a bad thing. Because if you don't have a choice, then what's the point in having free will? You're just a robot designed to serve God. He wanted you to love him willingly, so he gave you free will, which means you can absolutely choose not to love him and go the other direction as far as you want to go. This is your ship. You can sail it across the 7 seas, or you can turn and drive that sucker right into the rocks. Either way, God will allow you to do it. That's free will. That means that if we could create an issue that we can't solve, that's our problem. He's not going to fix that. Think of it like this. God knows the beginning and the ending because he's outside of time, space, and matter. We're inside time, space, and matter, and the only thing we can see is what's happening linearly. God can see the whole thing from one perspective outside of it all. But how you get to the end is your choice. The end is already predestined. There is an ending to this whole thing. There was a beginning to this whole thing. But how you get there is up to you. You go wherever you want to go. Do whatever you want to do. You have free will. You can change the rules. You can flip the script. You can self-delete. You can do whatever you want to do. But there's consequences for free will also. Lots of them. Captain Kirk says, Amy, rock and roll. Amy says, only one God, and he gave his only son as a sacrifice to wash away our sins so that we can have eternal life. That's what the Bible says. Captain Kirk says the Anunnaki are something you should look into. What makes you think I have not? Why would you come into this chat all gung-ho and just assume that I don't know anything about the subject in which I'm speaking currently? Has it ever occurred to you that there might be someone on planet Earth that's smarter than you are, or that has been more involved in research than you have? Do you think that's even possible, that somebody might know a thing you don't know? Have you ever done a Venn diagram of the things you know versus the things that you don't? How big is the sliver? Do you know? Do you know where you end and I begin? Do you know what you are? Have you actually looked into it yourself? Can you talk about this in an authoritative manner? Do you know who Enlil and Enki are? I doubt that you do. Aaron says, oh, but I'm not Greek, so I could not come from a Greek god. I think I would come from something that makes all races. How about that? Spoken out of the mouth of babes. Now, if you'll read the Bible, one thing that they call a contradiction is that there's two versions of the creation in Genesis, but there's not. If you actually read it in the Hebrew that it was written in, the first time it says Eth ha-Adam, which means man of the dirt, and the second time it reads Adam, which means bloody complexion, to show blood in the face, to blush. Those are two different beings. The first creation of man is all the races, all the people on earth. Black, white, yellow, brown, blue, whatever they are. The second version was what was in the Garden of Eden. That was the Adamic race, the race that would breed the 12 tribes of Israel and Jesus from Adam, which is why we call him Adam, which was not only his name, but what he was, ruddy complected, to show blood in the face, white, for lack of a better word. So yes, God created all races, and all the way, if you read the sixth day, he ended it by saying, and he saw it, and it was good. Good is the opposite of bad. So all the races that God created is exactly what he wanted on this earth. All the people, all the different kinds of people in the same place, made from the same creator. That doesn't bode well for your God's a racist thoughts, though, does it? Amy says, Aaron, the Anunnaki is bullshit. Theory from ancient aliens on the History Channel. Well, it's not from ancient aliens. They just reported on it. It's from Christopher Hitchens, who wrote the book describing the Sumerian culture and their language. And in it, he describes what he claims to have translated, that the Anunnaki are a race of beings that come from planet X, or Nerubu, or however you say it. Nibiru, that's it, Nibiru. They come from planet Nibiru, which no longer exists. It blew up. Now it's the asteroid field. But they came here because their planet needed gold in the atmosphere for some reason. And they saw that this planet full of proto-people, monkeys, had potential. So they messed with our DNA to make a race of people that could do the mining, because they're fat and lazy and didn't want to do the mining themselves. So they created us so that we would mine gold that they could take back to their planet, despite the fact that all the gold is still here and we trade in it regularly on a daily basis. But they created us to mine the gold to take back to their planet to seed their atmosphere so that they could breathe or whatever. And that's what some dumbasses actually think happened. Because Christopher Hitchens wrote a book. Anyway. Aaron says, I'm good. I'd go to a platform for that if I was interested in Anunnaki, but that's cool if you like it. I don't like it. I don't teach it. It's just a thing that exists that some people actually think is real. Rando says, I would like to know how you have chosen the Christian God and not another one. I'm curious. I can answer that. It's hard to know because a lot of religions are third-hand accounts from many years ago. This is true. However, the religion that I teach, which isn't a religion, by the way. I don't teach religion. This channel is untethered from religions. That's why I named it that. I teach truth, and the Bible that I teach from is the King James Version that can be traced back to Antioch, its inception, where all the other, there's 3 branches of translations in the world, and all the other ones, the Alexandrian and the Sumerian versions, are full of garbage, and immediately you start finding problems with the translations. The King James is the only one that has a true pedigree back to its beginning, and that's why I teach from it, and it is correct. The more times I look into it to try to find whether it's true, every single time it's borne out to be accurate down to the letter. It is the true history of the world, as true as it can be, right? There are some things that are hyper inflated for dramatic effect, or things that are assumed because of the nature of things, like somebody was destroyed, so you don't really know, but you can pick up the pieces and kind of make a story together to tell about it. There's that sort of thing. But it is accurate as far as it can be. There are also things in the Bible you cannot prove, like God's existence, which you have to take on faith. But anything that can be proven, I've looked into, and it has proven out to be correct. So why would I not believe it? Also, every book that's in existence owes its existence to the Bible. The whole reason the printing press was invented was to make copies of this book, which is thousands of years old. It is written by no less than 66 authors from various points on a timeline of about 5,000 years from one place to another. Some of them are eyewitnesses. Some of them are third-hand witnesses. Some of them are second-hand witnesses to things that actually occurred. These people did not know each other. They did not preach the same information. They did not believe in the same things. They did not belong to the same group. They did not know anyone would ever read their writings except for the people they were writing to, let alone be compiled into a book later on in time. And yet, every single book in the Bible refers to every other book in the Bible, and it tells a through-line story from start to finish. It is perfect in every way, and it's hyperlinked. They refer all over the place in the Bible from various places in the Bible. And then there's the whole Bible code thing, which is just a misnomer, but it's there. Why did I choose the Christian God? Because he said, I am that I am. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the Aleph and the Tav, the beginning and the ending. I tell the end from the beginning. Is that true? Yes, it is. If you read in the Hebrew, the first paragraph of the Bible tells the end of the story from the very first paragraph, and it talks about Jesus in the very first paragraph. And if you want to see that, go watch my episode 422. Episode 422 of this show will break that down and explain it to you in the ancient Hebrew, and I will show you references and video of this so that you can understand it for yourself and translate it for yourself. It is accurate. Now, all the other gods in the world, none of them claim to have created everything. Our God is the only one that does. And none of the other ones will ever even dispute that fact because they all exist within creation. This God created all things. That's the difference. And why did I choose him? Because he's the truth. And there's no way around that. All other things that religions are based on, you can get to the bottom of them rather quickly, and you can find out where they came from and mostly who started them. This one is the only one that is telling the truth about what it says. And once you see that, you can't unsee it, and there's no way around it. He is God. He is what he claims to be. And that's not a belief, that's a knowledge. I don't believe in God. I know God. There's a difference. I hope that answers your question. If you want me to be more specific, come to Bible study more than once, and I will explain it to you. This is a lifetime situation, though. It's going to take you a while to get to the bottom of it. You can't learn it in one conversation. So come to Bible study, and I'll explain it to you. When I say Bible study, I'm not saying like church that you're used to. I mean, we're not going to be jumping up and down, shouting, speaking in tongues and praying for people and altar calling and making you feel guilty for not believing in God. None of that. I don't even wear a suit. But I will take an academic look at the Bible and get to the bottom of it. One page at a time, from cover to cover, start to finish, all the way through. Book, chapter, explanation, understanding. That's the only thing we do there. So come check it out, and I'll explain it to you in detail. Amy says, George with crazy hair on TV talking about misunderstood technology. I've looked into it. It's bullshit. You're talking about George stuffing whatever his name is? Oh, yeah. Ancient Aliens is a very entertaining show, and you get to see a bunch of the ancient stuff in the world by watching it in good HD TV. The best way to watch it is with the volume down, because what they're saying is nonsense. But they're all on to something that this world isn't what it claims to be. And there's a lot more going on than we're talking about. But it ain't what they're selling. Amanda says, it's a false god, Aaron. What are we talking about? You talking about the Anunnaki? No. They're not gods. Captain Kurt React says, Amy, that's incorrect. It's been around for a very long time. It's actually in the Bible. It is not. There is people in the Bible who bear that name. Anak and his sons, who are the Anunnaki of Anak. See how that works? It's not in the Bible. They are not from another planet. They are people that lived in Samaria. That's all. The guy, Christopher Hitchens, that wrote the book is full of shit. I hate to tell you that. She's not incorrect. Aaron says, I know as soon as I heard Greek, I was like, I'm not interested. Well, Greek is a very powerful language. You learn a lot from Greek. Amanda says, it's a false god in the Bible. Anak was not a god. He was a man. He was a man that was a half-breed. His parents were, one was human and the other one was not. And his sons were ravenous monsters, because that's what dating things that aren't human causes. But they were on planet Earth. They came from Earth and they died on Earth. Rando says, I believe it can be garbled nonsense. All you need to see in that being the case are people having mental illnesses. Also, I've seen people born with tails, extra limbs. No, you have not. You have never seen a person born with a functional tail. You've seen a person born with a birth defect that you think looks like a tail. It doesn't function as a tail. It doesn't move. It's not a tail. Sorry. You've seen a person that was deformed, their DNA kept creating, and there might be a foot sticking out of their stomach or whatever, mostly in India, oddly enough. Why in India? Well, they have a river there called the Ganges, which they put dead bodies in and burn dead bodies and put in, and they do a lot of nasty things in that river, and they go drink it and bathe in it all the time, too. That's why they have those problems there. It's a birth defect. It is not them turning into something else. That's not evolution. That's de-evolution. Extra limbs. You ever seen an extra limb that functioned? No, you haven't. Aaron says, they can come to Bible study and say their points. Right on. That's what they're here for. That's what Bible study is for, to teach people the right way to look at the world and to filter out the nonsense that has garbled everybody's minds for over 100 years, all of which is relatively new. You go back 200 years, nobody talked like that. Everybody assumed that the Bible was correct. Same with science. All of the branches of science, every single one of them were started by Christians. Isn't that weird that now they're all run by atheists? Do you not see a problem here? Just think about it for a minute. The book of Ezekiel was not a dream, Amy. That is incorrect. It was a telling of what he saw. It was not a dream. That happened in real life. Amanda says, and he's not in the Bible. Who's not in the Bible? You guys are jumping off. Anak is in the Bible. Yes, he is. And his sons, who are the Anunnaki of Anak. See how that works? It's a language thing. Anyway, the sons of Anak were part of one of 9 tribes that lived in Canaan. When the Israelites were freed from Egypt and moved towards Canaan, they were told by God to go in and exterminate all of those people. Why did God say to do that? Because those people were not people. They were hybrids. They were mixed with a race of beings that came here unannounced. God did not create this place for them. They don't belong here. They came here. We're talking about angels, not aliens. And they had sex with women and had children. That's in the Bible also. The sons of Anak were one of those 9 tribes that God said to have destroyed. Kill every living thing, man, woman, child, and animal, and burn everything. Don't keep their gold. Don't keep their cattle. Don't keep nothing. Burn it all. Why? Because it did not belong here. It was tainted. It's not part of this thing that God created for us. And then you take that information and mix it with a little bit of atheism, and you got Bob's your uncle, Christopher Hitchens, talking about the Anunnaki from planet Nibiru. It's nonsense. Yes, I realize the irony of what I'm saying that doesn't sound like nonsense but, versus that does. I get it. But the difference is what I'm saying has cultural evidence to back it up. This is part of the world we live in. I'm sorry if it sounds like nonsense. It happened. There's evidence to prove it happened. Amanda says the term Anunnaki appears in ancient Mesopotamian mythology, particularly in Sumerian text, correct. But it is not found in the Bible. Yes, it is. You just have to know how to find it. The Bible does not directly address these Mesopotamian deities. Well, that's because they're not deities. They're people, and yes, it does. I'll say it again. If you want to find it, look for the word Anak, A-N-N-I-K, in the Bible. The sons of Anak are the Anunnaki. You have to understand that you're talking about a world from 3 different perspectives. The Hebrew perspective, the Sumerian perspective, and our perspective from afar. And we don't line up the things very well. Now, if you look for the root of things in language, transliterating words, you will find all of these things that are talked about in the history of the world written in the Bible. They're all there. They're just slightly askew from what we know them to be, like the word Anunnaki, which if you translate it means sons of Anak. Anak is in the Bible. Captain says, so you read King James Version? I do. And why do I read the King James Version? Because I've traced down all the versions, and that is the most trustworthy one. It's also the most accurately translated. It has a few mistakes, and I point them out when we get to them. But it is very accurate. Sorry, my chat jumped again. Thank you. 11:10. Amanda says, exactly. That's the correct version, the King James Version. That's the only version that actually does justice to the translation. We don't have the actual translated words anymore. The lexicon that we translated from is long gone. It was written on papyrus. It didn't survive. But there are copies of things enough to back up every word in the Bible, just from the letters written between preachers in the old days when they were setting up churches in Paul's days. Just from those letters, we can recreate every verse in the Bible except for 11 books. And that's covered in things like the Dead Sea Scrolls and other texts that we have that back up what the Bible says. This is why we can trust it as a first document. We have way less copies of things like Homer's Odyssey. We only have 3 copies of that. We have thousands stacked to the ceiling of copies of things that are in the Bible, and we can recreate it all and put it in context. It is the right thing. It's as close as you can have. And I believe that if God can inspire man to write the Word of God, which is what he says in the Bible that he did. It is inerrant and inspired by God, and men wrote it down. If he can do that, I have no problem with him being able to edit it for the times. That's fine with me. I trust the Word because there's no other book that verifies the world we live in like this one does. To think otherwise is just sophomoric. Any historian worth their weight in salt will tell you the Bible's correct. It is a document you should trust. They might not believe in God. You can't refute the validity of the Bible. If you do, you're being an idiot. Rando says, sorry, like seals have tails but breathe air and can walk on both land and swim effectively. Yeah, so can I. But from your past comments, I believe you will say this is by design and not a legged creature adapting. Well, I never adapted. I can both breathe air and hold my breath and swim. How is that not designed? You ever seen anything vaguely seal-like before other than a seal? What animal do you think it evolved from? Think about that for a minute. Why would an animal evolve into not having hands? You can jump in the water and swim too, and you walk on two legs on land. And if you wanted to, you could live in the water. You're not ever going to grow gills and turn into a fish, though. Not ever. Nor will your offspring for thousands of years if you all decide to stay in the water. Which you won't. Because water sucks. Captain Kurt says, do you know the history of King James? Why, yes. Yes, I do, in fact. I know that he was Queen Elizabeth's cousin, and he got put on the throne so she could keep power of both England and Scotland. I know that some people think that he had some verses taken out of the Bible because he wanted to have a divorce with his wife, which is not historically accurate. That's just something atheists say. There's no evidence to back that up. And plus, divorce is in the Bible, so he failed. And I also know that he hired 50 of the best translators in the business to come to his castle and work. And when they got there, he put each one of them in a different room and locked the door and would not let them leave until they did his bidding. And what he did was gave each of them a little packet full of a portion of the Bible and told them that they had to translate it and be right or they would get beheaded. And then when they finished translating it, they took that packet and passed it down to the room. So each packet was retranslated 50 times until finished. That's 50 times, however many times it went by, until they translated the entire Bible 50 times to make sure they were right. Each member checked and rechecked and retranslated and fixed until they came out with the product of the King James Version Bible. And then they put a letter in the beginning of it, and the old King James Bibles had this, the newer ones probably don't. But it was a letter from the translator saying, look, we did the best we could under pangs of having our head cut off. We tried. We might have made some mistakes, but it was not our intention to do so. If you find one, please let us know. We like our head very much. There it is. That's the best version we have. King James was into demons. Most people were into demons at that time. I didn't say he was a just and upright man, did I? But he did have the Bible translated, probably because he wanted to find out who was right. Amanda says, I absolutely do. Do what? Remind me of a man? What man? The man of power? What power? The power of the voodoo? Hoodoo? You do. Do what? Remind me of King James. Amanda says, so, he didn't write it. No, he didn't write it. Why would anybody think King James wrote the Bible? It's the King James Version because he had it commissioned, not because he wrote it. Captain Kirk says King James also had his mother removed from Earth. Probably. A lot of those kings could get away with murder. They were kings. What are you saying? Do you think that because he had his mother removed from the earth that he's not capable of having the Bible translated into a version that's accurate? Do those two things compute to you, or are you just, shaming the guy in hopes of, degrading the invaluable work that he put into the world? I never said he was a good dude. Typical Democrat thinking there, Captain. Amy says, and I'm into chocolates. What's your point? Amanda says, it was translated by many, many, many people at one time. Yes. Under threat of death. They got it right, is what I'm saying. Amanda says, I'm married to a pastor. You can't tell me nothing I don't know. Funny. And Cowboy says, yup. And Amanda says, no, he didn't. He didn't what? Are you seeing things I'm not seeing? Debbie says, I'm here to see Jake's chest hairs. I don't have any chest hairs. I'm bald-headed. Amy says, welcome back, Debbie. Amanda says, I'll rub it for you, Deb. Yeah. Linda says, Anunnaki is a belief from the Sumerians, not the Greeks. So get your bullshit right if you're going to try and spread it. Amen. I hope you're not talking to me because I never said they were Greek. But if you're talking to him, amen. Aaron says, Captain, be respectful in your comments. And Debbie says, I never left. I was just listening. Well, I have been in and out doing laundry. Nobody wants to see naked grandma, LOL. Debbie says, thanks, Amanda. Rub it good for me. Put me right to sleep is what she'll do. Amanda says, LOL, definitely, Debbie. I'll even pinch his ninnies. Don't you dare. Amy says, Aaron, I can't wait until Jake gets to his comments. Amanda says, I know, right, Amy? And Debbie says, oh, thanks, Amanda. Aaron says, if he lasts that long. I'm going to try to, man. It keeps getting bigger and bigger, but I'm working on it. It's already 11:49. I might have to pull the plug at midnight, though. Amy says, nobody wants to see naked grandma. Smiley faces. Aaron says, if. Rando says, Amy, it depends on whose grandma. True. If it's Kathy Ireland or somebody like that, might want to see her. Who was that girl that was so big in the 90s with the little spot on her lip? What was her name? She looks exactly the same now at 70 as she did at 30. Anyway, she was in all the pinups. Cameron, maybe? I can't remember. Amanda says, you're welcome, Debbie. Amy says, that was from Family Feud, naked grandma. Right on. Rando says, not sure if I want that on my search history, but I'll take your word on it. What's that? That's right. You're in the UK where they can arrest you for things you say on Facebook. I apologize for that, Rando, but you can take my word for it and be reasonably sure that I believe it. Listen, I might be wrong, but I'm not lying to you. I believe in the things that I say because I've done the research, and you can trust in that. You can ask anybody that knows me. I don't just spew nonsense that I'm not familiar with. I've done a lot of work in this field, and if I tell you something, you can be reasonably sure there's a reason I think it. It isn't out of nowhere. I didn't just come up with it, right? There's a reason I put that two and two together. So even if I am wrong, I'm not lying to you. Amy says, LOL. And I don't think I'm wrong, by the way. Amanda says, if you want what on your search history, Rando? Rando says, Family Feud, naked grandma. Oh. I misread that entirely then. I apologize. Amy says, naked grandma, Amanda. Amanda says, oh, LOL. Amy says, it's starting to cool down. I finally turned my AC off. Well, I wouldn't turn it off. I'd keep going till the ice crystals were forming in the air. Debbie says, when I'm reincarnated, I want to be a blue person, LOL. Right? Rando says, Mormon God is a racist for sure from what I've seen, but more recent Mormons are more accepting. Well, listen. My God has to be old and not still alive or never had a driver's license or never named Josh or Dan or whatever his name was, Jack Smith or John Smith or whatever it was. I can't remember now. Amanda says, LOL, Debbie, I want to be purple. Rando says, I'm going to have to look up this Anunnaki stuff. It sounds pretty funny. It's interesting, for sure. Not true, but interesting. If you want the real truth, read the Bible. Specifically, the first 5 books of the Bible. Because that's about where that stuff was happening. Amy says, I want to be red, white, and blue. Well, you could put on a blue dress and jump in a blender. Amanda says, must be nice, Amy. I'm still burning up. Linda says, Amy, I have to sleep with my AC on because I have to sleep in an ice box. Me too. I hate being hot when I'm sleeping. I like to be cold and bundled up. Amy says, Rando, I know you said you're a non-believer, but please come to our Bible study tomorrow at 8 p.m. just to listen. No pressure, but you're welcome. Yeah, that'd be lovely. I'd love to have some non-believers there to question some of the things that most believers take for granted. That'd be fine. See, that's another way you can trust me because I'm open to criticism. Bring it on. Ask me a question, I'll answer it. That's something you won't get from other believers. Rando says, I'm very forgetful, but I find different beliefs very interesting and would like to. Is that American PM? Yeah, it's Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. So right now it's 11:53. So that'll tell you when 8 is if you do the math. Amanda says, I sleep with the AC and the fan. I always have to have a fan regardless. LOL, Jake told me, hell no, turn the fan off. When it was snowing. Yeah, when it's snowing, the fan is too much. Amy says, I run the fans at night. Right on. And Amanda says, yes, Rando, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the U.S. That's right. Please do come and hit the subscribe button and hit the bell icon and you'll get a notification right before I go live. And so you'll know to come. And I welcome you. And I welcome your criticism. The only thing is if we can have the conversation like we've been having it, you ask a question or put out a point and I refute to it. That's all we can do. Don't have to get hateful and nasty and pretend like each other doesn't know anything because we disagree. There's other ways to talk. And it's a lovely thing when people from different perspectives can come together for the sake of the people listening. I think that's a good thing. I'm no chump, though. You can't just throw shit at me. I'm going to respond, and chances are I've heard the thing you're about to say. So keep that in mind. Linda says, me too, Amanda. Rando says, y'all too weak. I just don't sleep if it's too hot. Fans are too noisy anyway. They can be, but a good fan has the right kind of hum to it, and that'll lull you into a sleep. I like fans that have that little hum, like an old box fan. The kind that in the old days you could hear radio signals through it. You know what I'm talking about? That's the kind of fan I like to sleep under. Big, heavy box fan. Amanda says, Jake will get into bed and snuggle up with me and say, you're so warm, LOL. Human blanket. She puts off a lot of heat. It's very nice. Very warm and enticing. Amanda says, the one reason I use a fan, the sound. Right on. Rando says, I like rain for white noise, but struggle with much else. Right on. I like rain too, and my arm is bleeding. How did that happen? Did one of y'all poke me in the arm with a stick? I'm sitting here bleeding all over my chair. I don't even know how it happened. Take that. I got so excited I cut myself. Didn't even know I did it. Amy says, running a fan at night is similar to sleeping during a rainstorm. The white noise helps turn off my brain. My brain don't ever shut off, even when I'm asleep. You guys have to put up with me for an hour. I live with this day in and day out. Amanda says, I use a bladeless fan, and it's a piece of junk. I like my old school fan. It's made out of metal. If you stick your finger near the grill, you might get it cut off because the grill is that far apart. But it's a great fan. It's from the 50s. It's got a big motor in the back, and it blows cold air from metal blades. Linda says, Rando, I can sleep through a hurricane as long as it's cold. Right on. Amy says, I use the old-fashioned kind, the kind that morphs my voice when I talk through it, the back of it. Right on. Me too. Amanda says, LOL, Amy. And Rando says, I think Islam is based on Abrahamic faith, but I think it's Allah built life out of clay and should look more into that, but I don't know if others say their deity built everything. He doesn't. Now, let me tell you where Islam came from. Abraham had two sons. He had a son from Sarah, and he had a son from Sarah's handmaid when Sarah thought she couldn't have children. The first son's name was Ishmael. The second was Isaac. The handmaid's baby was done. She gave permission for him to sleep with her because she thought she couldn't have children. She was 90 years old, and he was 90 years old. They couldn't have kids. So he slept with her handmaid, and she got pregnant and gave him Ishmael. But then she got pregnant with Isaac. And so she was uppity about that. This is our child, and there's not going to be any interlopers. This child is getting the inheritance. Abraham was kind of rich. So he paid the handmaid to take Ishmael to another town. He basically gave them an allotment to live off of and abandoned them in favor of his blood child between him and Sarah. Sarah was his half-sister, so this is all in the family kind of stuff, right? This was before the law, so don't think it was incest and bad. Ishmael went on to create the Islamic faith. Through him came that faith. It's an Abrahamic-based faith. Isaac is ordained by God, the child promised to Abraham and Sarah by God, and went on to have Jacob, who is the father of the 12 tribes. Now, Jacob, Isaac, and Abraham. Now, the Ishmael Islamic faith just about petered out. And then the Catholics came along and funded it so that they could have opposition to a pope. And that became the Islam that we know today. And it became a very wide religion back in the 1800s or a little bit before that. And now it's all over the world. It's one of the 3 top religions. It is based on Abrahamic faith. It is not God in that religion. That's Allah. That's fake. All of the information about Islam is fake because it's based on real events. It's their version of real events. It's not the real event. It's a version of it or a tale told about it. But it's not the real event. Now, Allah is God. It's the same God that we worship. It's the same God of Abraham. However, they don't go into the Jesus stuff because they believe in Muhammad and all whatever they believe in is not real. The Christians believe in Jesus, which is God's son. The Islamic people don't believe in Jesus. They think he was just a prophet, not actual God. They think he was just a smart man, but they respect him because they say he was a prophet of God. So anything God puts on this earth, they respect. So the differences between the two religions basically is Jesus. Other than that, they're basically the same religion. There is some Jewish tradition that comes in on this side that is not the kind of Christian that I am, but they're basing that on they're basing that on the religion that happened at the tabernacle. If you go read the book of Exodus and the book of Leviticus, that period of time is where the Jewish tradition comes from, and that's just an add-on to the Abrahamic faith, if that makes any sense. And so that's a little different than what I believe, because I'm not Jewish. I come at it from a different approach than they do. I think belief in God causes action. They think if you do the action long enough, you'll prove God. So it's a little backwards from what I believe, right? But then there's the Islamic faith, which doesn't go down the Jesus route. So basically, they're the same religion. They just have differences in culture. So I hope that helps. Amy says, the Bible is a living document. It is. Johnny Mike says, I believe in aliens. Well, congratulations. A lot of people do. Doesn't make it right, but believe ahead on. It takes more faith to believe in aliens than it does to believe in God. Amy says, Johnny Mike, hi, welcome. Sifiso says, hi. Hello, Sifiso. Johnny Mike waves your hands. Amy says, hi, Sifiso. Welcome. Rando says, me too, Johnny. Just that there's so many planets and scientists have seen life-building materials on other planets. No, they haven't. I know in my lifetime I will be unlikely to see aliens, which is sad, or in any lifetime, because there's no evidence that anything can live outside the confines of the Earth. They have not found life-building blocks on other planets. They have found amino acids, and that's it. Nucleotides, that's it. You can't build life out of those things. Life requires a spark of divinity. There isn't any on other planets. Sorry. All things outside of this planet are hostile to life. Every single planet out there, you cannot live on it. There's no way a life can exist on those planets. They don't have anything required for life. That's not their purpose. Their purpose is to make this planet function. Amanda says, hi, Johnny. And Johnny says, Banhammer, good evening. Rando says, sure, things can de-evolve if those mutations do well. That keeps going. Well, what about a mutation as well? You understand, mutation is a loss of information, not a gaining. There is not one example on planet Earth of a mutation gaining information that wasn't already there. It's always to the degradation of the information. A mutation, by definition, is the thing screwing up. It's not functioning properly anymore. That's a mutation. That isn't a good thing under any circumstance. Never has there ever been a mutation that resulted in something better happening because of it. Sorry. The first part is truth. Mutations occur. The second part is fantasy. Because of the mutations, now we have something else. That's fantasy. That's not science. Sure thing we can de-evolve if mutations do well. That keeps going. Issue is that can be mean, like the issue we see in pugs today. I don't know what you're talking about. You mean a dog that has reached the end of its gene pool capabilities? It's adapted to its limit, and now it has respiratory issues, can't see out of his buggy eyes, and looks like it was hit in the face with a baseball bat? Yeah, that dog is going to die. It needs a human to survive. It can't live on its own. You leave that dog in the wilderness, it'll be dead inside of a day. Amy says, my husband used to claim to have an extra limb. He probably did when he was excited. Rando says, I don't believe evolution is necessarily what's the best or strongest, but what survives. It's why a lot of lab-grown bacteria, which is tested on tends to struggle to survive outside of the lab. Yeah, because it requires intelligence to cause things to live. You can mutate all kinds of things. That doesn't happen naturally. You understand that you just defeated your own argument there, right? If a person interferes with a bacteria and mutates it willingly, and it struggles to survive if it's not provided for what it needs to survive in the wild, it's because that version of that bacteria does not occur in the wild. And it's not prepared to exist that way in the wild, so it will die. A mutation is bad, not good. And mutations are usually caused by nosy scientists trying to prove evolution by radiating flies. And you get a bunch of kinds of flies. You get a fly with extra wings. You get a fly with extra legs. You get a fly with twisted up legs. You get a fly with no wings. What do you call that? You can't call it a fly. Maybe it's a crawl. I don't know. But it's not a fly because it doesn't have any wings. You get blind flies. You get stupid flies. You get ugly flies. But you never get a giraffe. Never. It's always a fly that you screwed up. A lot of flies have suffered for this ridiculous idea that you can mutate into something else. You cannot. That being said, all things contain the information within its DNA to copy itself. You cannot change that code. You cannot add information to DNA. It is what it is. It will lose information over time, but it will never gain another set of information. That's why things only produce after their kind, because it cannot produce anything else. Everything beyond that is fantasy. You are believing a religion, not science. No one can prove that occurs in nature at all, ever. And there's no fossil evidence to back it up either. Linda says, no, Amy, that was his second brain. The little head was talking. Amy says, Linda, smiley face. Johnny says aliens and angels practically the same thing depending on who you ask. No, it doesn't matter who you ask. That doesn't change the reality of angels and the fantasy of aliens. Angels are celestial beings. They're not on other planets. They're on this planet. Heaven is on this planet. Don't believe me? Read the Bible. They didn't come from other planets either. They were created by God in heaven, which is where they remain. Where is heaven? Rando says, Johnny reminds me of Doom. Another fantasy, but a good one. Amanda says, LOL Amy. And Amanda says, LOL Linda. Rando says, I forget who said, but Johnny, you are from the UK? Are you from the UK? No, we have a John H. that's from the UK, not this Johnny. He might be, but that's not who we were talking about. Amy says, Rando, that was John H. He's from UK. Right on. Johnny Mike says, no, I'm from Florida. We got a lot of people from Florida in here too, Johnny. Rando says, thank you, Amy. And Amanda says, where in Florida, Johnny? I was born and raised there. And I lived there for 13 years, but I was born in Georgia. Rando says, we have a few Johns in here. Yes, it's a different John. Right on. Linda says that. Rando. Linda was talking to Rando when she said that. Sorry. Johnny says, I'm from Sarasota. Nice. I got some family in Sarasota. And in Lakeland. Cindy Crawford, that's the name of the woman I was trying to think of. Thank you. Amanda says, nice, I was born in Merritt Island and grew up in Lakeland. Michael Spoto says, Well said. The truth often lies underneath the surface. Thank you, Michael. Johnny says, one of the real Florida crackers left. Right on. I am definitely trailer trash myself. Amy says, hi, Michael, welcome. And Amanda says, hi, Michael, welcome. Johnny says, nice hammer. Rando says, I had a university friend from Florida, very smart and tall. She had a generic British accent from being here long enough. Is it average for Americans to be so tall? I'm 5'9", which is average in UK. Well, I think 5'9" is pretty average for here, too. The top 1% of the world is above 6 foot tall. That's not an average thing for anybody. That being said, we have some tall ladies here, but most of them are just fat nowadays. That's a new thing that just started in the last 20 years. Amy says, pinch poke, Amanda. Amanda says, LOL, Amy. LM says, message retracted. Amy says, Rando, the average height of an American depends on the amount of booze we consume. Sometimes we're 10 feet tall. Ha! Right on. And bulletproof. Johnny says, 10 feet tall and bulletproof. Right on. Rando says, ha ha ha, true. I think they have that problem in Scotland, too. A lot of 10-foot tall dudes there. Oh, hey. Rando says, ha ha ha, true. And try to say hello, LM, says Amanda. Amy says, exactly, Amanda. And Linda says, at least we think we're 10 feet tall. Right on. Rando says, seals are quite closely related to bears, apparently. Apparently means that somebody said that. That doesn't make it true. Also, they have nails and hand-like structures that they play with. It's very cute. Please look it up. I have looked it up, and they are not anything like bears at all. Not even close to bears. Not even kind of berry. They are a completely unique animal unto themselves. Seals and sea cows kind of have the same similar structures. And manatees and the like. But I will look it up again. But seals are not like bears. That's spoken like a person who's never seen a bear up close. They tickle divers with them. Yeah, they're very playful. Seals are. They're very social animals. Like penguins are very social. And apparently, dolphins and seals both have interacted with people in the water from time to time, such as shipwrecks. And one is even recorded to have saved somebody from drowning. So they do have a sense of social gathering. But they're not evolved from us. They're their own thing. They always have been here. Rando says, I only know seals have nails from cute videos of them tickling divers. I'm 25, by the way. That's all right. Everybody's got to start somewhere, Rando, and 25 is a good time to do it. And you're on the right track. And I believe that if you keep digging, you will learn the truth about everything. You just have to look for it. And just stop assuming that people that are teaching you in schools are telling you the truth. They are indoctrinating you. Look for yourself. Educate yourself. Jeff the Killer says hi. What's up, Jeff the Killer? Amy says hi, Jeff. Amanda says hi, Jeff. Amy says, what do you call it when a person fails to transition? Transaction declined. Haha. Rich S, what's up, buddy? He says hi, guys. Amy Elizabeth says hi, Rich. Kissy face. Amanda says, hello, Rich. And Linda says, hi, Rich. And Rich says, I have been here for a while with the stream in the background. I missed y'all earlier. It's nice to see you, buddy. Amy says, that J-tag looks good on you, Rich. Yes, it does. Makes you look all official like. Don't you want to get a J-tag like Rich has? Hit that join button. Like, subscribe, share, support, and join. Also, super chats or Cash App, $, Jake Johnson Band. I do appreciate it. Rich says it makes me just that much hotter. Yes, it does. Amy says, sizzling. Rich says, you're growing on me, AE. Rich says, LOL. And Linda says, I was definitely talking to Captain. Right on. Yeah, I kind of figured you were. Amy says, Brooke Shields? No, I was thinking of Cindy Crawford. That's the one. Jen Penn got it. Hello, Jen Penn. Cindy Crawford, correct. Welcome to the show, Jen. Amy says, Cindy Crawford, that's it. Hi, Jen. Jen says hi. Rich says, hey, Jake, about the angels coming down and laying with human women, I'm not sure that's in the Bible. Yes, it is. It is in the Bible. And they came down at Mount Hermon. And you can read about that within the first 5 books of the Bible. I'm not exactly sure exactly where it's at. Amanda could probably pull up the verse for you. But it's pretty close in the front of the book. Unless you consider me an angel, LOL. No, I don't. But it doesn't mean you're an angel if you like to lay with women. Only if you produce the offspring of a celestial being are you an angel. Amy says, Rich, Old Testament, before the flood. Correct. Rich S says, nah. No, it's there, I promise. Amy says, comments have to get through Amanda first. She's strict on Bible study nights. Right on. Cowboys 8 Battle says, fan of fans. Amen. Amy says, hoping the Pacers win Game 7. That's a sports thing. I know nothing about sports. Amy says, I bet you, LOL. And LOL, right, Amy? Thanks for the subscription there, Rando. And I promise it'll give you a notification when I'm going to be online, and you just come on and hang out with us. And you're welcome to say whatever you like. Strange, says Amy, because I just found a puncture wound on my foot from a mysteriously appearing staple. That is strange. Amanda says, I live with this. It's nuts. You never quit. He's talking about me? Oh, I know. I never do. Day and night. All day, all night. Constantly going. Rando says, a lot of people don't accept different beliefs. You can believe whatever you want. I'm not trying to convert you. I'm just trying to make sense to you. That's what I'm shooting for. If I can spin a tale that is coherent and understandable and clear, that makes sense, that is a reasonable way of looking at the world for even a non-believer, then I feel like I've done my job. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to make you believe anything. I'm trying to take evidence that is already here and compile it in a way that it makes sense that it could have happened that way. If I can make you see it, I can make anybody see it. But I'm just trying to make sense to you. I'm not trying to convert you. You're welcome to have your beliefs. And I support your right to do so. However, if you find out that I'm right about stuff, maybe it's worth looking into again. Maybe it's worth revisiting. That's up to you, though. We all got to start somewhere. I haven't always been the pinnacle of faith myself, but the world wore me down. I'm a smart guy, and I went out looking for answers a long time ago, and I never stopped. But I did find some of those answers, and some of them I did not wish to find, but I found anyway. You will too. Amanda says, we accept anyone and their beliefs as long as they have respect regardless. So welcome, Rando, and happy to have you with us. Amen. Fab Daddy, what's up, brother? Nice to see you. Fab Daddy says hi. Amanda says, hey, Fab Daddy. Linda says, hey, Fab, missed you. Fab says, hello, Linda and Amanda. Rich S says, all the sensible people are already fast asleep. What's our problem? I don't know the answer to that one, Rich. I think we're broken in a very particular way. I want to be asleep too, and it's 12:21, so I'm about to pull the plug. I'm going to try to go a little further. Amy says, hi, Fab. I saw you earlier today on Eagle Nick. How are you? Fab Daddy says, I'm okay. And yep, I've been on a panel with Eagle Nick. I don't know who Eagle Nick is other than one of those auditors. Why are you guys so into that? I don't understand. It drives me crazy. I don't want to even be around cops. Amy says, that's cool, Fab. Johnny Mike says, amino acids are building blocks of life. No, they're not. They're not. Amino acids are in life, but they have to be the right kind of amino acid, left-handed and right-handed. If you just have a pile of amino acids, they do nothing. Nothing at all. That's not life. That's just a piece of material that is involved in building life. But life does not come from amino acids. And if they're not strung up in the right order, they're not even amino acids. They're just garbage. They only become useful if they're in just the right array. And it's very complicated. It's not easy at all. If you look into the Michelson-Morley experiments, you'll find out that they produced a bunch of random amino acids that was just brown sludge. It did nothing. They proved only one thing, that it requires intelligence to compile things that make life. That wasn't what they were trying to prove. Rando says, ditto, Johnny. Linda Davis says, well, Rich, I'm lonely and spent most of my day with kids, so I turned to you all to keep me from getting in my own head. That's why she's here. I'm here because I was told to be here to keep you from getting in your head. Amy says, acid is trippy, especially the amino kinds. Johnny says, he's lucky this thing is almost over. I could argue all night with him about that. Well, Johnny, I'm here 5 nights a week, and I would welcome the argument. Right now, I'm a little bit tired, and my brain ain't quite functioning as well as it should be, so you'll have to forgive me. We're going to have to do it another night. But 5 nights a week, I'm right here. You come on back if you ever want to try again. I done told you once, you son of a bitch, I'm the best there's ever been. Fire on the mountain, run, boy, run. Devil's in the house of the rising sun. Chicken in the bread pat, picking out dough. Granted, there's no biting no child, no. I'm sorry. I just got lost there for a second. Yeah, I welcome it, Johnny. Come on. Rando says, I know amino acids are the building blocks, but have not looked into it. Well, look into it, and you'll find out that they're only building blocks of life if they're arranged in the right order at the right time with the right other stuff added to them. Other than that, they're just raw materials. They don't do anything in and of themselves. Nor will they ever. Rich S. says, Linda Davis, you got kids and Walter and Jesus and us. You sound blessed to me. Well, one of those, not so much. Amanda says, he could too, Johnny. He could too. Johnny says, just different perspectives, I suppose. It's all right. Takes all kinds to make the world go round. I look at it as there's a thing in the distance called the truth, and we are all on a spectrum somewhere between here and there. And all of us are heading in that direction, so you might be a little further ahead or behind than me, but we're all going in that direction, so it's all good. Johnny Mike says, doesn't make either of them right. The different perspectives, that's true. I don't know that I'm right either. I think I am. I'm pretty sure that I am, but I could be as wrong as the next guy. I have to believe that what I think I know, I know. I have to believe that I've done the research enough to find the evidence to back up what I think I believe. And so do you. Like I said earlier, all I can do is come at this thing honestly. I might be wrong, but I am not lying to you. I believe what I'm saying to be true. And that you can find something to respect in that. As long as you know that I'm being earnest, whether I'm right or wrong is really irrelevant. It's the conversation that matters because there's other people listening, and that's how they learn to think. Fab Daddy says, I just stopped in to give a like. Back to movie night. Much love. 2 and 5. What are you watching? Rando says, not defeated. The outside changes something in the wild, too. Could be another species being introduced, whether changing. Who's doing the introducing? Where do you think these species come from? What does species mean? Amy says, Linda, I'm a lonely widow. I don't have an exciting life either. Blessed to have y'all. Oh, I love you girls. I hope that you're not lonely tonight. I hope that I make your loneliness a little less lonely. And by the way, there are a lot of dudes in here that would give their right arm for a lonely widow that's so good as to be loyal like you girls are. Maybe it's worth looking. I'm not going to be happy until somebody makes a baby is what I'm saying. Or at least practices. Linda says, I have kids and grandkids and friends like you all. I don't do bars or stuff like that. That's probably a good thing, too. There ain't nothing there but riff-raff and losers. I know. I've been working in them for 30 years. Ain't nothing in a bar that you're looking for. Might be a few Band-Aids, but there's no cures. Amanda says, good night, Fab. Amy says, Spanish fly. Johnny says, evolution is definitely a real thing. It's not definitely a real thing. Evolution only sounds good on paper. The moment you scrutinize it in the slightest way, it falls apart. There's just no evidence to back it up. I can't believe people still believe in that. I really can't. It has been debunked so many ways from Sunday. Evolution is not only wrong, it's stupid, and it doesn't require a lot of brain cells to think about shit like that. I promise evolution is wrong, and if you give me the time, I'll prove it to you. But not tonight. It's midnight. Amy says, good night, Fab Daddy. And Jordan Owens says, WTF. Me, Jordan Owens. It's Untethered Live coming at you. Real. Jen Penn says, one of the more tragic examples of mutation is cancer, sadly. Yes, ma'am. And that's also why cancer kills you, because the body does not see it as a mutation. It thinks it's supposed to be there, so it doesn't fight it off. If you could somehow make the body see the cancer cell as bad, your white blood cells would kill it immediately. But it recognizes it, so it lets it happen. It thinks it's supposed to be there. That's the trick of cancer cell. And it is a sad mutation, and that mutation kills you. All mutations kill the thing that is mutated. That's not evolution. That's the opposite of evolution. The good mutation, oddly enough, they never show you in textbooks. They mention it, but they never show you an example of it because there doesn't exist one. Olivia Carroll says hi. Hello, Olivia. Linda says, right, Amy, adult camaraderie besides my adult children is a blessing. Well, I consider it a blessing to know each and every one of you, and I thank you for being here. It jumped again. I'm never going to get to the bottom. Oh, here we go.
You're almost there.
Not anymore.
Yeah, it's 12:10.
I know, I'm here. Hi, Jordan. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to you too, says Amy. Amy says, hi, Olivia. Olivia Carroll says, I'm from Arkansas. Nice. It's nice. I've been to Arkansas. It's a great place. Christine Marshall said, hi. What's up, Christine? Nice to see you, buddy. I see you lost something there. Amy says, welcome, Olivia. Where's your J-tag, Christine? Amy says, hi, Christine. And Linda says, hi, Christine. Or hi, Olivia. Yeah, hi, Olivia. Olivia says, amen. And thank y'all. Jordan says, what exactly is going on here? What does it look like, Jordan? We're doing auto mechanics, and we're working on a Mustang right now. We're about to put the transmission in. Amanda says, hi, Christine. Christine says, wavy hand heart. Amy says, Jordan, we're talking about random things. And the Navy is training seals and dolphins to find mines in the ocean. Nice. Rando says, good, Amy, but I hope they are trained well. We don't need SEAL deaths staining our history. I don't think anybody will notice. Rando says, dolphins, on the other hand, can be very awful. Jordan says, do we trust science or podcasts? I trust the Bible. I don't trust science as far as I can throw it. And most podcasts are talking about one or the other. So, what are you asking, Jordan? Jordan says, I trust God. Oh, no, Amy says, Jordan, I trust God. You'll find a lot of that here, Jordan. We trust God, not men. Rando says, podcasts are just a way to spread the message of what one believes. It could be science podcasts or religious podcasts. Right on. As I said, podcasts are talking about one or the other. I trust in God. Rando says, like saying, do we trust the word of man from what he has seen or what man has seen? Or God, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Most people are infantilizing themselves and putting science in an authority category. The word science comes from the word gnosis, which means to know. Basically, if you look at something with your eyes and you think about something, about the thing you're looking at, and you come to a conclusion about the thing you're looking at, and then you devise with your brain a test to test the hypothesis that you came to the conclusion about, and then you find out that the thing you're looking at is real, you've just done science. Now, why do people all of a sudden think if it's science, then it is 100% the facts, the truth always? A scientist said it. It was Neil deGrasse Tyson. Didn't you hear him say life could live on other planets? Neil deGrasse Tyson is an actor, and he's a moron on top of that. He is not as smart as people are giving him credit to be. That being said, science is what men do with questions that they have. That's what I'm doing. Same thing. Randall says, I guess the man can be lying. Yeah, they can be, and sometimes they are, and that's the trouble with science, because you get invested in an idea, and your career is built on that idea, and then you find out that idea isn't so true. Then you're invested in lying about it to keep it going so that you don't lose your income. That's what's happened. However, evolution has been proven false for the last 50 years. It has fallen dead. The only thing keeping it alive are people interested in keeping their pensions going. I promise you that. I don't know if I'm right, but I know evolution is wrong. And I can prove it with the simplest thought you've ever had. You ready? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? You know the answer. Answer me. Kevin says, good night, Jake. Help is on the way. Check that tip jar. Kevin, God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. Have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow night. Amy says, good night, Kevin. And Kevin says, good night, Amy. And Johnny Mike says, we definitely trust science. I don't. If you trust science, you're a moron. Because science is out and out lying to you. They have been for many, many years. And you just don't ever seem to learn. If you think I'm wrong, ask yourself how that vaccine is going. That was just recently. Lying to your face. And you still want to believe it? Shame on me if you fool me once. No. Shame on you if you fool me once. Shame on me if you fool me twice. Linda Davis says, good night, Kevin. Amanda says, Genesis 19, angels and humans. There you go. Genesis 19 is the answer to the question you asked. Where is it at in the Bible? Kevin says, good night, Linda. And Amanda says, good night, Kevin. Kevin says, good night, Amanda. And Amy Elizabeth says, Johnny, who's we? I believe in God. Right on. Johnny says, well, maybe you're not including me then. I didn't say anything. You said. You believe in science. I don't believe in science. I believe in what I can test and falsify and repeat and have peer reviewed. That's what I believe in. That's actually science. That's not what's happening right now in the scientific community, in case you haven't noticed. Right now, it's a gatekeeping community where if you don't believe the narrative, they kick you out of it. That's not science. I'm sorry. And evolution and everything we've discussed tonight falls in that category. You are actively practicing a religion. I hate to tell you that, but yes, you are. You are worshiping science. And the scientists are your pastors. And Johnny Mike says, I believe in something. As do we all, unless you're a moron, but I don't think you are. Rando says, Amy, which parts of science do you have faith in? None. Amy says, unless you're a they, them, then we is the correct word. Amanda says, I believe in the biblical science. Right on. Johnny says, I don't know much about the Bible. That's why I'm here, Johnny, to make it easier for you. I personally believe that there's not one idea in the Bible that could not be understood by a 3-year-old if presented properly. It's a very simple book. God's not the author of confusion. He's the author of truth. It is complicated because of the English language, but the ideas are simple. I'm here to make that transition easy if you want to know. I'm not trying to save you. I'm not trying to convert you. That's between you and God. But if you want to come and learn what that book says and what it means and how it is not something written by cavemen with chicken bones on parchment paper, and it is a scientific document and a historical document about the world in which you live, then you've come to the right guy. Stick around and I'll teach you a thing or two. Other than that, pick one up and start reading it. Amy says, what Amanda said. And Johnny says, that's why I'm here. Right on. Debbie says, if I get a Jake tattoo on my boobies, can I get the J tag? I'll buy it for you if you do that. Yes, ma'am. And I want a picture of it too. So get it up high where I can get a picture of it, because that's one for the scrapbook right there. That's one I'm going to show my friends. Look what somebody did. And Rando says, what about medications, structural, technological? What are you asking, Rando? Do you think evolution has anything to do with any one of those things? What part of evolution has ever made medication function better? What part of evolution ever made a structure stand up stronger than before? Or technology? What about evolution makes your phone work? Which exact precept? Speak slowly so that I can understand. Amy says, LOL, Debbie. Amanda says, that's awesome, Johnny. You're in the right place. And we have Bible study tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on Untethered Live. That's right. Whew. Debbie says, well, in a way, that would be a J-tag. Yes, it would. That'd be like J-tag graffiti. Rando says, science is used all around us. Building, new apps we use, the medications we take, the new ways we can see the world. None of them have anything to do with evolution. Notice I never said that science was wrong. I said evolution was wrong. And I don't believe scientists. I'm not against science, Rando. I'm against lies. And I'm against corruption and greed. And all of those things are what pushes evolution. Linda says, most of us here do, Johnny. But it's okay if you have a different belief as long as you can respect our right to believe it. Or our right to our own beliefs, rather. Well, see, that's the thing. I don't mind if you have a different belief. What I do mind is if you believe it and cannot articulate why you believe it. That I mind. If you believe something different than me, that's perfectly all right. Again, I'm not trying to save you. I'm trying to educate you in the ways of how to think. And I'm going to see things in a different way than you've ever heard before, and I'm going to draw connections to things you've never noticed before. And I might even be wrong, but it's the way you think that matters. If you just believe what you're told, that's not thinking. That's being captured by someone else's belief system. If you know how to think, you can discern for yourself what's true and what's not. Never listen to anybody that tells you not to read, or listen to me and nobody else. If it's a foregone conclusion, then there's no need for science, is there? Amy says, gravity has taken a hold of mine too, Debbie. And they used to look like boobies, and now they look like boobies. Johnny says, and I do have respect. Well, then you're welcome here, Johnny. I have no problem with your thoughts, and you're sharing them with me. And if you say something I disagree with, I'll lay out what I believe, and I'll ask you, doesn't that make more sense than what you believe? And I'll ask you, why do you believe what you believe? But it's in the vein of having a conversation. I'm not trying to hurt you, and I'm also not trying to convince you. I believe what I believe, and I'll tell you what that is. And if it's a convincing argument, you'll believe it too. Amanda says, LOL, Amy. Linda says, yes, you do, Johnny, and you are welcome here. Amen. Amanda says, LOL, Jake has lost it. I have lost it. Amy says, love y'all. See you at Bible study tomorrow night. Have a safe rest of the night, or rest of the weekend. Amy, we love you. Thank you for being here. Amanda says, good night, Amy. And Linda says, good night, Amy. And Rich says, cheers, Amy. Johnny Mike says, I'll see you folks tomorrow night. Come on, join us. We're in a good book. We're in the book of Acts, and it's quite exciting. Hope you'll love it. Amanda says, good night, Johnny. Debbie says, not lonely, Jake's chest sustains me. Oh, that's so sweet, Debbie. Thank you, honey. Your chest sustains me too, in my mind. Linda says, good night, Johnny. Catch you tomorrow night. Amanda says, LOL, Jake's everything sustains me. Oh, you girls are so sweet, you're going to make me cry. That wouldn't be very manly of me now, would it? Debbie says, LOL, Amanda. Rich S says, I feel like all these theories of creation are just to refute the most obvious explanation. God. Hey? I don't know how everything happened. All I know is what the Bible says. And I know what I can observe with my own eyes. That's it. Debbie says, as long as you are willing to let me look, we're all good, LOL. You can look. I'm on the menu. You just can't order it. Debbie says, amen, Rich S. And Amanda says, LOL. You'd be hooked, Debbie. Debbie says, I won't touch. That is all on you, Amanda. Amanda says, LOL, Debbie. Vice says, yo, what's up, Vice? Long time no see. How you doing? Amanda says, hi. Vice says, hello. Rando says, by the man, lying and mean, whichever one is doing the podcast. Huh? By the man lying, I mean whichever one's doing the podcast. Oh, no. I'm not lying to you, buddy. I promise you that. I believe what I believe. And Rando says, egg. Chicken was inside the egg. Oh, yeah? So where did the egg evolve from? Do you know what an egg is made out of? How did an egg appear on planet Earth? From what? Think about that for a minute. An egg is made up of keratin and several other enzymes that form together to create a shell around a yolk. to protect what's inside of it. It breathes and still is structurally sound. But there is no mechanism nor process by which an egg can evolve from a thing that does not exist. There is no thing that is prior to an egg. An egg is an egg. It takes a chicken to make an egg. That's the only place an egg comes from. Now, I know you're going to say reptiles lay eggs. Yeah, but they're different kind of eggs. They're leathery. They're not the same kind of egg. Chickens, fowl, lay the kind of eggs we're talking about. So you need a chicken. So which came first, the chicken or the egg? The chicken came first, fully grown and ready to lay an egg, and it had a mate. God made the chicken with somebody to marry. God made a pink one and a blue one. That's what came first. That's the obvious answer. The same thing is true for a seed. There's no mechanism, no tradition, no fossil record, no anything by which a seed can evolve from anything prior to a seed. You have to have a tree first to make a seed to perform the copying of the tree in the seed. You understand? Genesis got it right. Read Genesis. You'll understand how God put everything in order. Amanda says the chicken. Nothing can make the egg but a chicken. Right. Vice says real. Rando says depends. If the chicken was slightly different type of bird, it was still a bird. That doesn't matter at all. You need a chicken to make an egg. Where did the chicken come from? All you're doing is confounding and confusing the point. No matter what kind of chicken it is, it's still a chicken. It's still a bird variety. Has a beak, lays an egg. Period. Where did it come from? But many, many, many generations before that, could have been different in some form. It could have been. It has still been a bird, and it still had to come first. I said which came first. There are no generations before what came first. What came first was a chicken, fully formed. God created chicken, not egg. Evolution is not true. Amanda says a chicken has always been a chicken, and it's never changed. Correct. Vice says God didn't lay the egg, Rando. Right on. Rando says, we have changed the chicken a lot over the years, and before that, it was slightly different type of bird. Bird being the operative word here. That's not evolution, that's adaptation. And before that, it could have been something else, but you're not answering the question. There is no before that when you're first. I said which came first, meaning before there was nothing, and then there was a first thing. So it couldn't have evolved. Something had to lay the first egg. The egg didn't come into existence by itself. Something laid it. What laid it? A chicken. It might have been a different chicken. It might have been a big chicken. Might have been a hairy chicken. It was still a chicken. Amanda says God created the chicken, and then the chicken laid the egg. Right. Amanda says, nope. Absolutely not. A chicken has always been a chicken, nothing more or less. Rando says, we have domesticated the chicken for many generations. It's like when you see wild watermelons with big seeds and less flesh. No, that's not at all like a chicken. But I get your point. But it's still a chicken. Even if it's a domesticated chicken, it's still a chicken. It's always been a chicken. It may have been slightly different in the past, but slightly different does not turn into a different animal altogether and does not answer the root question, which is which came first, the chicken or the egg. You know in your heart the chicken came first. You know that's true no matter how much gobbledygook science is crammed into your head. You know that's true. Chicken came first. Seed comes second. tree comes first? Amanda says, it's still a watermelon, just like the chicken is still a chicken. Right. Rando says, we have changed a lot of plants. See Brussels sprouts, broccoli, a few others. We'll have to look up. Well, no. I understand. We created corn. Corn is that big in reality. What we grow now is a hybrid between corn and a few other things that we spliced together to make sweet corn. But the original corn, no matter what variety it was, the plant came first. The seed was made from the plant, which proves my point. Vice says, how far back is Jake? I'm about to the end. Rando says, Brassica olestra, although it's still a plant. Right. We as man have changed the plant a lot. Brussels sprouts and cauliflower is an example. Yeah, but it's still a plant. Amanda says they have transitioned into a different thing. They are still the same thing. Some are bigger, sweeter, greener, etc. But it's still the same thing. Right. Adaptation happens. That's what I mean by the different versions of evolution. Only one of them is reality. The rest of them are fantasy. Yes, things adapt to their environments, to stimuli, to splicing and twisting of things, but it's still the same thing. It's just a different version of the same thing. Amanda says, 10 minutes, Vice. Vice says, thumbs up. Kevin says, genetic mutations is not the same as evolution. Right. Rando says, I know, but sadly, we have only been documenting things for the last 1,000 years. Plants can evolve through genetic mutations to vary a lot. Although man has a place in that, it doesn't necessarily. Chat jumped. All right, I'm going to have to call it. It is now 1 o'clock in the morning. Thank you all. If I missed your chat, I am terribly sorry. I love each and every one of you. I've enjoyed this conversation immensely. Please come back tomorrow night for Bible study, and let's continue this. We'll have a more unraveled conversation on Wednesday and Friday and Saturday. But Sunday and Monday is Bible study, so let's keep focused on what we're reading in that day. But please come back. I love you all. I've enjoyed it. Thank you. Have a good night. I'm going to bed now. Thanks for watching.